Herzlich willkommen zur 11.
A warm welcome to the 11th Conference on Authors' Rights of the Initiative Urheberrecht, the Initiative on Authors' Rights. We will be focusing on artificial intelligence. I would like to welcome all the members of the associations, the colleagues, the representatives of the ministry, and also members of the European Parliament and staff members of numerous European institutions. I'm very pleased to see so many of you here again this year, and I'm very pleased that we have a live stream. So I'd like to welcome all of the guests who are joining us online. Together with Matthias Hornschuh, composer and spokesperson of the creatives of the Initiative Urheberrecht, we will be facilitating this conference. And first and foremost, I'd like to welcome Jeanine Meerapfel. Thank you so much for hosting us again here in our second home, the Akademie der Künste. Since 2015, she's the president of the Academy of Arts, the Akademie der Künste, but she's also a filmmaker, screenwriter, and a producer. And you have the floor.
Einen wunderschönen guten Tag. Lieber Herr Hornschuh.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Mr. Hornschuh, you are all very warmly welcome here in the Academy of Arts, the Akademie der Künste. It's a great pleasure that the Authors' Rights Initiative once again can use the Akademie der Künste as a venue, because we, the more than 400 members of the Akademie der Künste, are much obliged to you. It is very important to all of us that together we fight for fair authors' rights. I'd like to thank Matthias Hornschuh, the spokesperson of the creatives, the organizations of the initiative, the managing director Katharina Uppenbrink, and all the many allies. It's great indeed that this initiative has taken upon itself the difficult task to prepare guidelines for dealing with artificial intelligence. Artists have always been, and they still are, early adopters. They try things out, they test things out, find them out, they utilize them. They give the technical objects and aspects an artist-oriented and a social direction, and they're always the first ones in the value chain. But now we are confronted with a technology which supports certain artist processes, but more than anything, it is drawing on these artistic processes without consent, credit, and compensation of the creative activities that they are responsible for and the livelihood of which they are. And that's something new. This new technology also wants to replace human beings behind training data. The scientific journalist and author Ranga Yogeshwar expresses it in the following way. Right now, we are experiencing the greatest theft in human history. Much earlier than any other organization or many other organizations, Initiative Urheberrecht has found out about the urgency of the questions. As early as April, they turned to the public with a guiding statement, not to the public only, but also to policymakers. There was a parliamentary evening, a rally here in front of the House, talks, video spots, and a current EU position paper on generative AI, which was published in September. This initiative looks at the mechanisms. It tries to sort them and explain them that are behind generative AI and the implications for authors, for culture and media, and for the national economy, and for the entire society. So finally, this topic is being taken up by policymakers, and that's a good thing, because there's a lot at stake, apart from culture and media, also the democratic coexistence and fabric. freedom, solidarity, human dignity, fair and democratic manners. These are buzzwords that we no longer associate with the internet and the so-called social media, let alone AI. We know from many studies that the algorithms in the network even strengthen the dissemination of hate, especially now in these difficult times where we have become witnesses of the massacre of Hamas against Israel on the 7th of October, where we've also become witnesses of the following spiral of violence in Israel and the Gaza Strip, but also on the streets of Germany, where once again we're seeing anti-Semitic violence and where the violent acts of the Hamas are being cheered at. These cruel videos that Hamas has recorded on 7th of October are also weapons. They are being spread on the internet and over the social media to spread fear and terror. What can we do against this in both the analog and the digital world? It's a question that each and every one of us has to ask themselves. The Akademie der Künste, as early as the 9th of October 2023, the day of the attack on the synagogue in the city of Halle, published a press release where it condemned the war of aggression of Hamas against Israel, and it called for the protection of Jewish establishments and institutions in Germany. On our autumn assembly 2 weeks ago, we renewed our call to solidarity with Israel and to fight anti-Semitism in Germany. We also protested against the war that is taking place in Gaza. You can read my contribution on our assembly on our website, and I'm going to say this here and now. We need to set a clear sign for solidarity with our Jewish fellow citizens living here in Germany, a clear sign that anti-Semitism in our society is unacceptable. We have to recall our humane nature again on days where we commemorate, let's say the 27th of January, but on each and every day, as often as we can do. I wish all of us a very good and fruitful conference. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Meerapfel. That was a very good start, indeed, to this conference. A wonderful word of welcome. And the call that you just expressed is also important to us, because we also need to remind ourselves to apply good manners. So, if you have something important to say, don't say much, they say. I have always thought that that was nonsense, but you can also read the program yourself. First of all, we will get an overview of the status of European copyright, the law that is a personal and a property right, which is not only affecting our identity as creators, but also our economic existence. Then we will turn our attention to generative AI. We will analyze legal, practical, media, science, political, and regulatory perspectives, and of course from our artistic, journalistic, and publishing practice. Finally, we will turn our attention to the German legislator. I would like to give you some food for thought for today. Have you ever heard of effective altruism, effective accelerationism? If not, you are, I'm sure, familiar with the debate it outlines. In the past 14 days, you have witnessed it live in the sphere of big tech as well as in the sphere of European politics. Effective altruism versus effective accelerationism can be broken down to a simple formula: caution versus preference. One side, the altruistic side, follows the idea of using existing resources in the best possible way to help others and sees itself as responsible for future generations of people, generations of people. The other side, the accelerationist, is radically pro-technology driven. It believes in a purely technology-based progress and in technical solutions to technological problems. Now, whether you're thinking of the Punch and Judy show at OpenAI or the German government, which in conjunction with France and Italy has blocked the advanced state of negotiation companies in favor of exactly 2 individual companies, this is where caution meets not preference but drive, and regulation is seen as an obstacle to progress. Carla Husted, director of the Center for Digital Society at the Mercator Foundation, points it out. Habeck wants to see digital companies made in Europe that can take on Meta, Google and co. It's a shame that he's choosing an approach that would benefit a few companies in the short term, but is more likely to harm the majority of the economy and democracy as well. And it is precisely democracy that will certainly be at stake in many places today. Just as it is about people's rights and people's dignity, and even more importantly, about allocation of responsibility. So, let's get started.
Alles so gut geplant. Und zwar mit Dr. Frank Castenholz.
With Dr. Frank Castenholz, who today heads the staff of the Federal Government Commissioner for Culture and Media, Minister of State Claudia Roth, and at the same time his announced colleague, Dr. Stefanie Schulz-Hombach, who is unfortunately unavailable due to the tight budget situation. He is head of Department K11, whose responsibilities include culture and law and the social situation of cultural professionals. So the right man in the right place, I would say. A warm welcome to you.
Ja, herzlichen Dank, sehr geehrte Frau Uppenbrink, sehr geehrter Herr
Thank you very much, Ms. Uppenbrink. Thank you, Mr. Hornschuh, for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I have to correct you. I'm not the head of a division, I have to say, or head of department. I'm below that level. Professor Meerapfel, ladies and gentlemen, dear creatives. I'd also prefer to speak without a manuscript, but as you've just mentioned, in political and legal matters that we deal with, it is the details that count. Sometimes it's even the commas. So I would like to stick to the manuscript that I've brought along. And I also apologize on behalf of the head of department, Dr. Stefanie Schulz-Hombach, who would have really liked to be here, but due to the budget discussions that I'm sure you've heard of, she is committed in other appointments that she had to attend to. But these are minor impacts compared to the big questions we are looking at. To protect creative diversity is a central matter to the Commissioner for Culture and Media, and that is very closely linked to questions of intellectual property. I don't want to list all the different things that AI means to culture, the media, and the landscape of the creatives. I think you'd be just smiling in a tiresome way, because you know all this. We know about these aspects as well. We are following them very closely, and we are having intensive talks with some of you. I am responsible for culture and law, and that includes copyright law. And now at these times where AI has been discussed more and more intensely in the public and has been mentioned on all the conference, in talks, in meetings, and also internal deliberations. I've been part of the considerations of our position vis-à-vis AI. But of course, this goes way beyond my ministry. We also have to look at AI applications internally. Can we use them? What about data protection and privacy considerations? So there is a whole bouquet of topics we are looking at.
Die heutige Konferenz ist eine gute
Today's conference is a great opportunity to once again look at all of these aspects and questions. And I would like to thank you, the Initiative Urheberrecht, for giving us the opportunity to engage in a lively debate, in an exchange, and for always recalling and drawing our attention to the value of property rights. The copyright has always been challenged by technological developments. The latest reform wanted to adapt the copyright legislation to the era of digitization. For a few months and years, I think it worked rather well. We were pretty successful also in our active participation in the legislative reform. But now it seems that we have to start from scratch and look at more difficult and more complex questions. We are really trying to keep up to date and to not fall behind. But when you look at the regulatory activities also at European level, these are great challenges, I have to say. Dr. Meyer-Seitz, who hasn't arrived yet, but who represents the Ministry of Justice. Oh, no, he has arrived. So welcome, Dr. Meyer-Seitz. He is representing the Ministry of Justice. I don't want to anticipate what he's going to say because he is in charge of the AI regulation and the AI Act. But let me just say that much. Generative AI is a new technology which can open up our horizon, but also leads to fears and major questions. You are sometimes tempted as a consumer of culture to see the positive sides only. One example was that the old fans of Beatles were happy to see that the latest album of Beatles now and then was reproduced by AI, and the voice of John Lennon was extracted from a demo by AI, and now they have been able to provide a new recording with the living members of the band, which is great indeed. And there are other things that give reason to hope and great expectations, because AI can also be a tool for creatives. Professor Meerapfel, however, also pointed to the problems in the context of fake news and social media. If you want to inform yourself on the political situation via X, formerly Twitter, you are asked to really distinguish between real photos and falsified photos, manipulated videos, modified texts. Who is posting this? Are there genuine people behind those posts? All of these are very complex challenges, and we need to find solutions. When we look at music and screens, we go far beyond copyright aspects, but of course we also need to find answers in the copyright legislation. The protection of property and intellectual rights is something that we have to discuss. How can it be that copyrighted works are being used to train AI? How can we deal with the products of AI? How can we have a fair compensation between the production and the appreciation of the value of the works? And this is about the justified interest of the creators to make a livelihood and make a living of what they do. We, as the representatives of culture and the media, we in the federal government, we also want to fight for the interests of people who are engaged in culture, creatives, and in the media. And we want to especially look at transparency in training data. And let me tell you that we are well aware of this aspect and that we are trying our utmost to regulate accordingly, to really make sure that there is transparency. Now, on other issues, on behalf of the Federal Government Commissioner for Culture and Media, regarding our coalition agreement, there is one wording in the agreement which states that we want to improve the remuneration situation for creatives and culture and media, also in the digital markets, because the landscape is constantly developing itself. We want to make sure that there is a fair remuneration, and current remuneration models lead to questions with regard to income and the support of new talents. How are the changes going in the digital music market are they going to affect the creators and artists and authors? We want to bring about more transparency, create a good basis for discussion, and our ministry is funding a study on digital culture and remuneration models in music streaming. According to my information, the stakeholders that participate in that study are integrated and involved in that study in a very active way, and all of these stakeholders are to thank for, really. Thank you so much for the brilliant work and really for supporting this and your commitment.
This study will be finalized by the end of 2023, and we think this is very important for political decision makers, because we'll try to find alternative approaches to create an alternative music industry where we appreciate creativity and innovation. At the same time, we're very happy that the industry is interested in music streaming and is trying to find new solutions to it, even beyond the studies. So the Association of Independent Music Makers has also tried to enter negotiations on the remuneration of music. Then there is e-lending, which is also an important topic, where we have been talking to the industry, to libraries, the book industry, and this is about transparency and fair distribution, which again is a mission that we enshrined in our coalition agreement, and fair legal frameworks are the main objective. The database is presenting an issue here because stakeholders could not agree on the results of the studies that have been carried out so far and have not come to a conclusion. Representatives of the libraries and the book industry and translators associations meet at a round table in our ministry, together with the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Economics. And this round table meeting is an important one because we're always having fruitful discussions regarding e-lending, and we're also trying to find answers to other questions. There is a study carried out by Econ, which is about the following question: where's the difference between using e-books and print books, and what is the influence of windowing, which means that e-books can only be made available in libraries after a certain time has elapsed, and what about the purchase behavior of readers and buyers. The results of this study is being discussed by our round table, and we hope that the results will be published in spring 2024. So there is a long-term perspective, which means that before the book trade show in Frankfurt 2024, we find a common approach. Of course, this is a very ambitious objective that we are pursuing here, but we're quite optimistic to achieve this target. Then there is another topic, which is the final item from our perspective, and that is the social security situation. And copyright laws are an important element here, but of course we also touch upon other issues. It's also about framework conditions. There are a lot of creators and artists here in our country, and for them it is difficult to make both ends meet because their social security requirements are not met because they have only a very small income, but nevertheless they are very passionate about their work, which helps to create this very diverse cultural landscape that we can boast here in Germany, and we are all benefiting from this landscape. And the federal government and our commission are aware of the fact that framework conditions need to be right, and together with the Ministry of Economics, we carried out a study on the freelancers in the artistic area, because this is a group that has not been really mentioned in statistics. It was not a very visible group, and based on the outcome of this study, we will look into the situation of how to make a livelihood, and we want their income to be high enough in order to make both ends meet. And there are a lot of topics that we look into, but this is not about finger pointing. This is what we should avoid. There is one topic where we really need to do something as a commission, and that is the introduction of minimum fares and fees for creative freelancers. And State Minister Brod has mentioned this, made a public announcement by this in September during the German Council of Culture meeting. And what we have been doing so far is to looking into different concepts and ideas together with the Association of Creators. We will start in 2024, and this is about minimum remuneration for all projects funded by our Commission. For example, cultural funds. They also have to comply with a number of regulations in order to keep up with minimum standards. Of course, we need funding ourselves in order to pay these additional fees, but I've already mentioned that there are some budget constraints, which of course leads to a lot of uncertainty. And in the beginning, we will try and find a way, and then I think at least we should make a good start here in 2024. This will be the kick-off. And then there are some areas that might act as trailblazers, and others will follow suit. And we will find out how to implement all these requirements. This is what we have been dealing with right now. This is one of the main projects that we as a commission are looking into. So this was just a brief overview of all the topics that we have been looking into, and I hope that this sounds interesting to you. And now I'm very much looking forward to being a participant to this conference and learning a lot of new things that might help us for our meetings that we will have in the future.
Wir danken ganz herzlich Ihnen für den Vortrag, für die
Thank you very much for your presentation, for this very interesting information, and for your commitment to our authors. Then there will be the next speaker. This is Peter Schønning from Copenhagen. He is a lawyer focusing on copyright and related rights. We have known each other for quite a while, working together for the FSE in Brussels, and he's also the head of the counterpart of Initiative Urheberrecht in Denmark. Peter, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm going to talk about the copyright situation in Germany. Unfortunately, my command of German is not good enough.
So, what are we doing in copyright in Denmark? In the practical work of the organizations, it's very clear that it's the implementation in practice of the new rules in the EU directive on the digital single market, on fair contracts and fair remuneration, that dominates the work. These new contract rules are being implemented in new contracts. They are subject of negotiations in sector agreements with producers and publishers, and soon probably also they will be used in litigations. So these rules are very, very important. But in the copyright policy discussions, there's no doubt that it's another game changer that dominates, and that is, of course, artificial intelligence. The last year or so, since we heard this ChatGPT and everybody was talking about AI, of course, that has dominated also the copyright policy discussions in Denmark. And when it emerged, the first automatic reaction in Denmark was, we will have to make collective licensing using extended collective licenses. That is the automatic reaction in the cold north, an ECL system. But soon, doubts emerged. Serious doubts and many doubts. Because it is more complicated, of course, than just reacting by saying, we will do this in collective licensing, extending it to all rights holders. Is licensing the correct answer to all this? Is prohibition maybe a better way forward? Is prohibition at all a possible way? If we should license it, how could we do that? Should it be regarding the input, the training? But what about the territoriality? A Danish organization, as a starting point, can only license for uses on Danish territory. But does that give any kind of sense, thinking of a national organization making national licenses for a rather small territory regarding training and all kinds of reproduction in connection with AI? And is it desirable? Is it desirable after all? Will, for instance, writers and publishers, would they be happy with collective licenses that would make a clarification of the rights regarding making new competing works, making new texts in the style of these particular authors? Is that desirable? Is it functional to make this kind of collective licenses? And in general, does it give any sense to make licenses on a particular territory, and especially in a small country like Denmark, which is at the same size as one of the smaller Bundesländer? That's where we are today. We are full of doubt. Maybe you invited me here to provide some answers. I must disappoint you because we have much more questions than we have answers. But some provisional conclusions have come up. One of them being to address the European legislature, we need help. Please help the rights holders. This is extremely important. Millions of protected works of every kind are being used by the big tech companies for creating these AI systems without permission, without licensing, without payment. Authors and performers, publishers and producers are losing the battle to the big tech companies, and something has to be done about it. If not, we will see more and more a big value gap between the earnings of the big tech companies and the earnings of the rights holders. So when we address the European legislature, we can ask, okay, what should they do so? What should the legislation be about? I think the first thing is transparency. Transparency is king. Without knowing what is going on, which works are being used for training and all the other parts of the processing in the AI systems, rights holders could do nothing. More information is better, and it is a necessity. And the second thing, I believe, is a more general issue. And that is that because the AI has turned out to be something very, very new and a revolution, which changes everything in copyright, we need a regulatory innovation. We cannot just continue in the same path as until now. We have to think in new ways. I will give you two examples of possible new kinds of legislation in the copyright sphere. First one is, should we consider an AI output, a text or some music or images that are based on the use of some AI algorithm that has been trained on a particular work? Should we consider such an output as a reproduction and a communication to the public of that particular work, even though you can't see or hear the work, the output? Probably that is not possible today according to European copyright law and the practice from the European Court of Justice. But that might be a way forward. The second possibility, second example, would be to extend the protection of in the style of, which is one of the very core questions of AI and copyright. Should we move the line between idea and expression? Everybody is saying, no, regarding copyright works, it's only the idea that you are using. Okay, but if that is the case, should we then move it to say that even in the style of might be a copy of the expression of the work and not only of the idea of the work? And more particularly, one could propose also to make a protection against imitation for performing artists. That's a basic, or maybe the only difference between the protection of performers and the protection of authors. The performers don't have a protection against imitations. Should we have a legislation about that that would at least make it easier to protect the musicians and other kinds of performers against in the style of users? The Danish performing artists organizations, the musicians and the actors union, have actually the last couple of weeks proposed such a new ruling, such a new law in Denmark towards the Danish Ministry of Culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Peter. Words of wisdom and very interesting implications and impulses. Ich switche zurück zu Deutsch.
I'm switching back to German here and would like to tell you more about Tamas. He is a lawyer. He has a very cute and strong-willed daughter, and he joins us as a consultant for all legislative initiatives in the digital space at the European Commission's Direct General Connect.
Hello, good morning. I'm Tamas from the European Commission Copyright Unit. I work at DG Connect. I'm very pleased to be with you, although only digitally, to your prestigious conference. I will walk you through a couple of interesting issues in Copyright Town from the European Union's perspective, of the Commission's perspective. First, I will give you a short state of play of the implementation of the copyright in the digital single market, so the last major copyright reform that the European Union has undertaken in 2019. Then I will quickly touch on an upcoming study on buyout and unfair contractual practices. And lastly, I will, of course, touch base on the ongoing discussion on copyright and artificial intelligence. So by now, almost all member states have successfully implemented the copyright reform from 2019, so the DSM directive, with the exception of Poland and Bulgaria, who have been referred to the European Court of Justice in this year's February for non-implementation of the directive. The Commission is engaged in the customary conformity assessment process, for which we usually have 24 months starting from the notification of implementation. The Commission is supported in this by an external study to map out all the potential issues with the national implementation. In terms of enforcement, the Commission is following, of course, first of all, the ongoing national cases, challenges, for example, in Belgium against some bits and pieces of the implementation. But in principle, after the full conformity study and assessment is done, the Commission will take a hard look on the potential non-conforming national implementation and decide on the enforcement strategy. Now moving on to the next part, concerning the study which I announced. The Commission has heard the concerns expressed by authors, performers about unfair buyout contractual terms, typically done by global streamers and broadcasters from various sectors. Originally, I think we heard from in the audiovisual sector from music composers who are subject to these type of contractual practices. In terms of for the background music tracks in the AV sector. Therefore, the Commission decided to extend its investigation or to start to investigate the issue, and we launch a study before the end of this year entitled Contractual Practices Affecting the Transfer of Copyright and Related Rights and the Creators and Producers' Ability to Exploit their Rights. So the issue is to see how these contractual practices, questionable contractual practices, might affect the remuneration of authors, performers, but also to some extent producers. The scope of the study will be large, so we'll try to encompass all creative sectors, not just the audiovisual sector, and specifically, we would like the study to delve into the question of potential circumvention of European copyright law rules by these contracts. The Commission has a framework contract with research consortiums, and the study will be carried out within the framework of this. As I said, it will be launched before the end of this year. And finally, let me come to the, of course, hottest topic in town, artificial intelligence. As I'm sure you very well know, the topic of copyright and AI is usually discussed under two chapters on the input and the output part. So the input part is, the question is whether copyright protected material could or could not be used for training AI models without or with the authorization of copyright right holders. And the output is whether or not the output of these non-human artificial intelligence models, such as large language models, could be subject to copyright protection. For the purposes of this short intervention, I will park the latter issue and only talk about the first one. And this is mainly because the last copyright reform, so the 2019 Copyright in the Digital Single Market reform, have laid down a solid framework in its Article 3 and 4 to clarify at least some of the crucial questions in terms of when, under what circumstances, copyright protected material can be used for training AI models without the explicit authorization of authors. Of course, the center of this debate is on the question of right reservation or the opt-out of authors and performers. On this one, as many of you will be familiar, there are lots of ongoing industry-led initiatives and attempts to come up with a working protocol, a machine-readable protocol to exercise the opt-out, the right reservation against AI training. We are following very closely these developments because, of course, there is a huge public interest in making sure that this right reservation system is operational and scaled up to the level that authors can effectively exercise their rights if they wish so. The other part of this ongoing discussion is, of course, the ongoing negotiations on the Artificial Intelligence Act. Now, as you might know, this proposal has been adopted in April 2021 by the Commission, and it did not have anything on copyright and related rights. This is, of course, partly showing the signs of the time. It was before many of us were taken aback by the rollout and the success of the rollout of some large language models. So the world has kind of changed upside down, turned upside down since then. And in the ongoing negotiations, the European Parliament has put on the table the proposal to increase transparency in terms of input data which goes into the training of AI models. Of course, the Commission is looking favorably for increasing transparency of copyright right holders and their works, as it might be subject to training models. The negotiations are at the final stretch in the so-called trialogue phase, where the Commission plays its honest broker role between the two co-legislators, and our aim is to help the co-legislators to come to a fair and balanced compromise, which could increase transparency, but also safeguard the other important public interests, such as the innovation in the European economy. I'm sure that this is not the last time that you will hear talk about this important topic. There is a lot which is ongoing and will come up in the future. I think for now our focus is mainly on the implementations and implications of the text and data mining exceptions and how it can help copyright right holders and the industry to come up with a safe and certain legal framework when it comes to training data. And of course, in the AI negotiations, we are hoping for a smooth and smooth conclusions in the coming weeks, and we are very hopeful that this will be achieved. Thanks a lot for your attention, and have a great conference.
Vielen Dank nach Brüssel, Thomas Szigeti. Interessante Einblicke.
Thank you very much to Brussels, Tomas Szigeti. Very interesting insights into.
Okay. Wir leiten jetzt über an.
Very interesting insights, and we will now move on to Dr. Tobias Holzmüller. He is responsible. He has been the responsible legal advisor to GEMA, but now he is the CEO of GEMA, the Collecting Society for Music, and we're very pleased to have you here. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thanks, Katharina and Matthias, for inviting me and for organizing this conference and all the work you do on behalf of the Initiative Urheberrecht. I'm new in my job and in my position, but I'm not a newcomer to this conference. I think I've attended 8 out of 10 conferences that took place so far, and I'm always very happy to be here at the Authors' Rights Conference, because I think it is the only conference that is deeply convinced that the creatives should be at the center of copyright, and still they manage to open up their horizons and look at policy making, law making, and other aspects. So you make sure that we have a very unique discussion here that we are certainly lacking elsewhere. So I'm very glad to be here. I'm looking forward to this interesting day. Today, I would like to speak about two things to you, which I'm sure are very important to the GEMA and your members here in the Initiative. One is streaming and the other one is artificial intelligence. Let me say 3 words on streaming, because this has been somewhat neglected in the recent past, since we are all so busy with AI. However, I have to say streaming has fundamentally changed the music market in the past decade. Music can be used in an easier way, in a more individual way, more affordable way, and we are consuming much more music than in any time before that decade. In spite of this strong growth, however, many authors and musicians have the feeling that they don't participate in the profit sharing of the music industry. We have launched a joint study in the past year where we wanted to look at the root causes of this contradicting phenomenon, namely that the market is booming on the one hand and the authors are not benefiting from that on the other. One thing that we found out is that there is a distribution injustice, that distribution is not fair. Part of the profit of the streaming platforms between the songwriting part and the sound recording goes at the expenses of the songwriting part, and we are trying to redress that imbalance within the industry and, if need be, with the support of politics. Of course, in streaming, it's not only about the question who gets which share, it's also about equal opportunities. In platforms such as Spotify, we see an upload every day of several 100,000 tracks, and these the little hurdles that exist will be reduced even further by AI. All of this has an immense impact of the economic success of one work vis-à-vis the lower success of another one, and that is based on certain algorithms, and there is a lack of transparency. So diversity, equal opportunities, making niche repertoires, European repertoires more readily available is something that we need to implement, and there are models from other industries that we can follow. And it's not that nothing has changed since last year in streaming. There were several activities on behalf of the streaming suppliers, increases in prices that we welcome, which may be only the start of a more long-term development. There is an intense discussion that you may have followed about the right way of distributing the profit of streaming suppliers and streaming platforms. It's very important that we recognize that the model has to be changed, that there is a need for change. However, a new model which leads to a situation that niche artists and newcomers have to renounce income and remuneration to the benefit of others is not a model that we want to support. Also in policy making, quite a lot is happening in the streaming sector. The federal government, the Bundestag, is dealing with this regularly. The government has commissioned a study. We're very excited to see the results. Tomorrow in the EP, they will adopt the initiative report on music streaming. So quite a lot is happening. We think this is good. Our view is clear. The streaming economy has to change in order to really be to the benefit of those they serve. And that gives me 3 more minutes to speak about AI. Of course, we can no longer do without AI. We all know this. At a EU level, they're very busy working on the AI Act. We are in the end of the trilogue on a legislative procedure. And this AI Act, at least since the initiative of the European Parliament, contains a few aspects which make it easier to enforce copyright aspects under the AI Act. We've heard several times about transparency. But there is a so-called stalemate that is taking place because not all the actors and stakeholders are debating AI. Instead, some actors, such as our federal government, is once again calling into question whether we need rules for large language models of AI, especially focusing on the transparency obligations. When we look at other regulators in the world market, the United States or China, you can see that they have issued much more far-reaching draft regulations, which would also regulate foundation models. So why, out of all the regions, does it have to be Europe with a misunderstanding of the political impulse? Why do they not go as far as the United States or China? That's something which I find rather inconceivable. And this leads to very curious formulations that sound very awkward, such as a compulsory self-regulation, as France, for instance, has suggested. I don't really know what that means. Now, self-regulation, is that the right approach for a world-changing technology? And even the inventors of that technology are scared of its implications. You can't seriously believe that. Now, compulsory transparency rules are the minimum that I would expect from an ambitious legal framework in Europe. To put it in a nutshell, if you offer AI, generative AI in Europe, you have to inform about the data it has been trained on. This simply cannot be wrong. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Holzmüller.
Thank you so much, Mr. Holzmüller. Katharina? Yes. And we will move on to the third part of this morning, where we will take a different perspective on generative artificial intelligence. And I would like to give Nina George the floor with her keynote contribution. She's a writer, she's a journalist, a bestseller author, but she's held so many different positions and she's really struggling on behalf of authors and publishers. She was the president of the EWC, now she is still the honorary president, but we know her as a clear European expert, and we are happy to give you the floor. Thank you.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Actually, I wanted to welcome Mrs. Meerapfel, but I think she is still tending to other tasks. So, distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Well, I think we could say still good morning even at that time of the day. On the 30th of August, I just turned 40. The US Copyright Office invited comments on the rules for the use of copyrighted material by generative AI. Meta, Google, Microsoft, Adobe, and the venture capital firm Andree Horowitz had an astonishing amount to say, specifically on why the creators of works used for over a decade. We're talking about millions of book titles. If you would try to read them, you would need millions of years, and the number of images that took visual creators 150 years to develop, why they really shouldn't have to be paid. No need for that. Andree Horowitz spoke of billions upon billions of dollars lost to investors, which, I quote, would also jeopardize national security. Meta thinks that artists and authors don't earn anything anyway, so it wouldn't matter if, again, they were paid nothing. And
Personen.
That reminds me of a smartly dressed ministerial figure who said the same thing the other day. And I was really surprised to hear that when she said, well, in your profession, you know that up front beforehand that you wouldn't earn anything. And Google thinks that what machines do is not much different from a human reading a book. And you can't ban that. Microsoft, which has discreetly changed its terms and conditions, so you may want to have a look at it yourself. So everything you type into your Word, Outlook and PowerPoint is now used for AI applications, and Microsoft wants to open our hearts to AI startups for which the terrible copyright is ruining the entire calculation. We know copyright law, if enforced, if respected, can turn a country into Afzikottbus of the AI World League forever. Germany, France and Italy are always fearing that they will be last. But this is often to the detriment of the culture and the people. Adobe, which recently made a name for itself by selling AI fake images of the Israel-Palestine war, claims that its plagiarism machine is a contribution to increasing personal creative expression. Adobe is thus leaning into a narrative that is actually the disruption of artists' privilege. Yes, colleagues, you may not have known it, but you are privileged because you write, compose and draw yourself. And, well, don't earn anything anyway, but doing so with all your time and effort you put in it is an undue special status. You are benefiting from the injustice that discipline, recklessness and resilience are not equally distributed. You belong to an elite because you are the ones up there. And so generative AI is the long-needed democratization to break up this entitlement.
Or die.
Adapt or die.
Ich habe übrigens sehr blumerant geguckt, als ich zum ersten
Well, and I was actually quite puzzled when hearing and experiencing the symptoms of AI Tourette's for the first time. So you should stay away from comment columns. Where is all this coming from? Democratization, artists' privilege? Why don't you sit down, take a pen and write yourself? Allow me to take you on a journey through history and how art, artists and the law, and how we are on our way back to a medieval way of thinking. It's only 2,000 years, but it will take me less than 5 minutes. First century Rome, the 7 liberal arts, the artes liberales, are attributed to the free man. Talent is a divine gift. Poets are filled with words by supernatural entity when they cuddle with muses. Slaves are not allowed to perform art. Artists are accordingly those up there. On the other hand, the works of the artes liberales are not compensated for because money, according to this belief, would offend the gods. And this misunderstanding has persisted to this very day. The only protection was provided by the proclamation of a plagiarius who copied poems and epics and passed them off as his own. The word plagiarism is still derived from the theft of souls. That almost brings us to ChatGPT, but we still have way to go. 2 more eras, Middle Ages and Renaissance. Even before the printing press, works are copied. Of course, neither the author nor the printer can invoke laws for protection. They are left with a book curse, which is supposed to hit copyists. This curse may comprise leprosy, plague, and eternal damnation. In other words, the revenge of the gods who are still suspected of being behind every work. In the period of the French Revolution of 1789, the concept of propriété de la production de génie, intellectual property, emerged for the first time, a radical concept of the Enlightenment and affront to church and state, something mentally, intellectually created is given the same value as a building, or well, because artistic creation is decoupled from the divine creator, the cuddling muses, and worst of all, the outcome was no longer even forbidden. 21 playwrights formulated demands for the protection of this intellectual property, and Honoré Gabriel Victor de Riquetti, Marquis de Mirabeau, implemented the droit de génie as president of the French National Assembly, and this served him well, because he also was the author of pornographic verses, and this was the first time that they were not censored. At that time, back then, it was still useful to have a writer in the government.
Das davon weiterentwickelte Droit
The
d'auteur,
further developed droit d'auteur, the copyright, which avoided the term genius, because genius meant thinking, the act of thinking on the one hand, and on the other hand, lower or inferior deity. And on the other hand, it formulated the author, auteur. And this is the result of a paradigm shift that we are very much used to today, and this was essential for the way humanity perceives itself, because it states that my thoughts originate from me. Secondly, my thoughts are free, and thirdly, my thoughts belong to me. The moral right of authorship is the recognition of human creativity, of one's own will, of individuality, autonomy, and choice, responsibility, and freedom.
Freiheit, Liebe, Urheberrecht.
Freedom,
Die
love,
Ergebnisse von Textrobotik
and
haben keinen menschlichen
author's rights. The results of text robotics have no human author. They lack will, responsibility, freedom. Anyway, did you know that ChatGPT is not allowed to use certain words or publish certain opinions, not individual? So they use probability calculations, alphabet soups that go straight into the public domain. Collectivized, they belong to everyone and no one. And the more such texts exist, the more the individual author is erased as a concept of freedom. In this respect, generative AI is above all degenerative. It degenerates human uniqueness, it degenerates the ability to make decisions, and what do you want to leave there, how do you want to weigh it, and how am I going to put it? It infantilizes the end users.
Kommunikativen Ausdruck.
And who does not want to back
Sag das mal hier vorne stehend.
communicative expression?
Und der das auch nicht tragen will. Freiheit ist anstrengend.
Freedom is exhausting.
Vor allem die Konsequenzen der eigenen
And what is
Entscheidung.
particularly exhausting is bearing the consequences of your own decision. And these computerized systems are the salvation of the overburdened psyche. Finally, we no longer have to act for ourselves. The generative AI symbolizes the end of individual freedom.
Diese überirdische Kunstmaschine.
This supernatural artificial machine that relieves us of thinking and responsibility is treated more reverently these days than the earthly creator, which brings us back to the pre-Enlightenment era, in which the gods, in the form of Deus Ex Machina, promise the epiphany.
Und ich verrate jetzt das
Well,
Geheimnis.
and I'm going to tell you a secret now.
Wenn ich mich hinsetze und
When
in
I
chiropraktisch
sit down and manifest my thoughts in a chiropractically controversial position with a lot of cigarettes and coffee over a long period of time in my work, I become one
und der Welt,
with myself and the world. And I'm happy
mir,
with myself,
ganz allein.
alone.
Vielleicht ist das Genau diese
And
Selbsterfüllung.
maybe this is the self-fulfillment, the freedom,
Sie uns neiden.
the privilege that is envied. I have a tip. Just try it yourself one day. Thank you.
Wow, Nina, wir wissen schon, warum wir dich so lieben.
Wow, Nina. We know why we love you so much and becoming one and being happy. Well, you said freedom is strenuous and freedom of compensation is also quite tiresome, and I summarize this for the journalists that are here. And money is an insult to God, and that's why there is freedom of compensation for artes liberales. I hope this was the right summary, so we will continue. We're a bit behind our schedule. Let's continue with Dr. Martin Andree. I'm particularly delighted to welcome him here today for a number of reasons. There are worrying developments in the era of digital platforms. This is not new to us. What happens when market participants become market providers? How to deal with private sector subjugation of shared public spaces? And how can we save the affected diversity? How can we preserve privacy? The media scientist Dr. Martin Andree, who teaches digital media at Cologne University, has devoted his Atlas of the Digital World to surveying them, and apparently he made such sensitive findings public that those being surveyed tried to cut off the project's funding, but they got into trouble with the wrong person because Martin Andree's next book was a counterattack. It's called Big Tech Must Go. We will stop it, and that's why we are delighted that Martin Andree is now here today. And I would like to ask him, have you already explained it to the German government how we're going to stop them? The floor is yours, Dr. Martin Andree.
Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much.
Direkt mit dem Anfang an.
So let's start at the beginning, and that is the invention of the World Wide Web by Tim Berners-Lee in 1989, and we all know what has happened since then. Analog media, well, they are disappearing and they are replaced by digital media, and we know that whenever we look into marketing investments since 2020, digital media have become the leading media. And so the question that we need to ask ourselves when looking into the future, well, 80 and 90% will be digital media. Well, what will our future digital world look like? But it's not that easy to answer this question. What are people currently doing in the digital world? This is quite an important question to the topic of intellectual property, and once trying to survey this is quite difficult because you're using smartphones and tablets, and I had to survey all these different impressions and kind of categorize them, and we published this in this Atlas of the Digital World, and this is very unique what I'm going to present to you today. It is a holistic approach to the digital use of the media in one graph here, and this is all I need for a presentation. On the y-axis you can see aggregated attention, millions of hours that we spend looking at them, and then on the x-axis you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we all know who the big providers are, but this is not about the top 10. I'm going to show all of them to you, and that is why the x-axis needs to be much longer, and I guess you're all very excited to see what's going to appear in a minute. Are you ready? So I'm going to show you the whole traffic in the German internet. 1, 2, 3, go.
So, und jetzt müssen Sie nicht Crack in Mathe sein,
So
um zu
you
verstehen,
don't
was
need
das
to
bedeutet.
be a number cruncher in order to understand what this means, but I will explain that to you in a minute.
Wir haben Monopole
There
und Friedhof.
is a monopoly and there is a graveyard. So you need to find out whether you work for meter or alphabet, and if you don't work there, then you will find out that you will be here on the graveyard. And then the question is, how did they manage to get rid of all of their competitors? There are a number of network
einer Plattform
effects.
zur nächsten teilen. Sie wissen auch, vielleicht gehen Sie mal auf Instagram, versuchen
If you look
Sie mal
at
so einen
Instagram,
Beitrag
for example, and you'll try to find out who is the author of this post, and then there is a link in bio, and you will still be in the in-app browser of Instagram, so you will not be able to leave the app, so there will be no compensation, and in the end,
auch als Nicht-Jurist Monopolmissbrauch nennen.
this is the abuse of monopoly. And what you can see here is that you can measure traffic statistically, but you can also find out what people do afterwards. This is easy to quantify. And then, surprise, surprise, as soon as people leave big tech office, they will get back to the office in the same ecosystem. It's not 5% or 10%, it's really twice as much. And let's say you're the author of intellectual property and you'll try to generate some traffic in this monopolistic world of the internet, you don't stand a chance. And that's why, if we look at it black and white, well, the free internet was abolished. It is cancelled. In the past, there were all these equal little dots, but now they kind of removed all the traffic. The internet is empty, and this is actually the result of what big tech companies do. And there's one thing that I would like to emphasize. This is about artists, musicians, but you need to wake up. It's the same mechanism that harms all of us, our society as a whole. It applies to journalists, publishing houses, streamers, because again, this is also content, bloggers, startups, brands, because they don't generate any traffic with their content marketing. We need to wake up in order to understand that this very same mechanisms betrays all of us. And for artists, however, the platforms, they create a choke point, monopolies. Let's say if you're an artist and you would like to reach your audience, you need to use these monopolies. But if you own this monopoly, then you own the market.
Was haben wir jetzt als Gesellschaft
akzeptiert? And we as a society seem to have accepted that. It's not about them being evil, but also about us being stupid, accepting this. This is a state that we help to develop because networks have a very high value, but content does not have a high value. And that's why what Steve Ben said, flood the zone with shit is the most reasonable thing to do given this specific market structure that we created ourselves. Money is in where you find money in the shit zone with the platforms, but it's not where it needs to be. And that's why you may understand why I called my presentation the Hunger Games. We as a society decided to feed these 5 monopolies and all the other parts in the world go hungry. Generative AI will help accelerate this process because for decades, we have ceded these rights to platforms.
Doof, aber was ich natürlich nie verstehe
This is, of course, a stupid thing to do, but why are we not aware of this fact? Because it's right in front of us. But I think this is due to the ideology of the internet. When we're listening to them, they keep telling us they're going to create a better world.
It's about freedom of speech.
They make the world a better place. It's all about freedom of speech. And together with the friends and families of the communities, we would like to create a better place. But again, if you focus on the monopolies, they call it a sharing economy. And then we realize, what do these people wear? How do they look like? They look very nice and friendly. When looking at Sam Altman, Open AI. We're building an Open AI, an open platform. We've just heard it. It's the biggest theft in humankind. But it's very obvious what this is all about. But we are really brainwashed, and so we do not want to understand.
Okay, now you may say this is rather dystopic, and you expect from me to bring a happy end. There are things that are difficult to solve, such as climate change or the war in Ukraine. I believe that this right here is easy to solve. It is ridiculous that we allocate this value to the networks. So I just have to shift the scale in the opposite direction. And the question right here is how to do that. I am offering 15 solutions in the new book, but I'll show 4 to you right here. Option 1, outlinks. Now, if your platform has dozens of privileges, you may never make possible outlinks again. These are in the hands of the authors. They can be placed anywhere, in videos, in texts. Posts with outlinks must never be downloaded by an algorithm. Upon the push of a button, we have a democratization of traffic. Authors can convince with high-quality content. It's not flood the zone with shit. You can convince with quality. Second thing, open standards. We can measure what happens in the markets with open standards. There is competition immediately. Look at emails. Wonderful competition. Open standards, we open the market. So this is being solved immediately. Thirdly, separating channel and content. We know this from media regulation. We would have YouTube platform services, YouTube content services, and then we'd say, oh, it's silly to have 80% share in digital video on demand. Oh, I forgot, we are living in a democracy. We don't want to have another TV channel to have 80%. We are going to place others on the platform. And then the money that we get is not enough. I'll go to this third supplier, and immediately profit of the supplier is decreasing while the content value is increasing. And lastly, those who assume economic responsibility through advertising or offering a platform, don't they also have to assume responsibility for content? Now, with these 4 measures, we would have changed the game. We would have more space for pioneers. We would award contents, and networks finally become what they ought to be. They're just intermediaries. Why don't we just make them into what they are, intermediary? So authors, once again, would have the possibility with their high-quality content to gain attention, to monetize, and that's also true for second users and third users, and tapping into AI. It doesn't matter what you provide as an AI act. If you don't put an end to monopolies and open the markets, we will be starving out there.
Was wollen wir eigentlich in 10
Therefore,
Jahren oder 15 Jahren unseren
what
Kindern
do we
erzählen?
want to tell our kids in 10 to 15 years when they ask us, hey, Dad, Mom, you knew so much about digital media. How is it that we've lost democracy? How is it that the entire media landscape is in the hands of, let's say, half a dozen suppliers from the States? Why didn't we put up resistance? Well, this is what we ought to do, and we've done that in the past. In '62, we protested because we took to the streets because someone wanted to put an end to our public broadcasting structure. This is something we have to do again. I find the situation terrible, and there was a point in time where I said, well, I can't be in a position to stand up for that in 10 to 15 years, having accepted that I didn't do anything. So this is my book with the solutions I'm offering. By the way, I'm donating the fees of that book because it's not about earning money, it's about putting an end to the situation. The internet belongs to all the people, and I think we should liberate ourselves from the rule of tech, of big tech. And I think we can do that. Thank you for your attention.
Martin. Den lieben wir jetzt auch. Welcome to the family. Ja, und,
welcome to the family, Martin. Welcome, and thank you so much for this contribution. That was great. Thank you so much. I've received a text where they said they're going to invite you to Brussels in the next hours or days. So thank you very much. A wonderful market, which actually seems to be working. And we are now moving on to Professor Dr. Jan Nordemann. We all know him. We appreciate him highly, and he's also a lawyer in copyright law in Germany. And you have the floor.
Vielen Dank, liebe Katharina.
Thank you very much, Katharina. Thank you, Matthias. I think my contribution is going to be a bit more boring, especially when you look at my slides in black and white. Well, it's a legal contribution I'm going to make. Well, that's a good and diverse mixture. Yeah, this is why you accepted me to be part of the panel, to have a diverse mixture, I think. I hope that I can still be somewhat entertaining, but of course we are talking about very serious topics. We are looking at the current legal situation, and perhaps we can start off with the first question. AI training, is this being covered by exceptions? Well, we have several exceptions that can be considered here. Since I don't have a lot of time, I'll just like to focus on the text and data mining exception, which, however, has existed only since 2019, and strictly speaking in Germany only since 21. And in other member states, it hasn't even been introduced yet because there has not been a transposition of the directive international law as of yet. Now, does this apply to AI training? To my mind, this is open. Let's have a look at the, different positions that exist. The German legislator and especially the government draft on the transposition of the GSM directive has taken a rather clear stance. The exception for text and data mining for machine learning as a basis for the training is of special significance. I think here we have to come to the result that the German legislator was in favor, but he doesn't have the last word here since this is EU legislation. So maybe we should look at Brussels, where there is a trend by the Commission to apply these exceptions for TDM. Now, the representative of the Commission didn't really speak about application or not. He just said, well, opt-out is a difficult issue, And the question whether this is really going to be applied or not has not been mentioned. I think this serves to show that the Commission is of the opinion that it can be applied. Now, the European Commission, once again, does not have the final word here, but the ECJ in Luxembourg. And they have not come to a judgment, a decision on that yet. Now, what I find difficult is the wording of this exception that allows for text and data mining, and it states that text and data mining has to serve to gather information. And I don't know whether you can really say that, also technically speaking, because this training that takes place is something that is then fed into AI, and AI really is a black box. Not even its own developers know what's happening. So possibly you don't even gather information here, which means that the preconditions that lead to the applicability of that exception may not even apply. I've added a few references here where you can get more information on that. Other topics with regard to text and data mining, if we think this exception is applicable, then the legal reservation is a big topic, which, for instance, implies that this reservation has to be machine readable, and unfortunately there is no standard that exists here. So I suggest that the standard be developed rather quickly now. Now, when you look at the robots.txt date file and you add your reservation here, this may be read by Google and can lead to collateral damages. This makes me recall the previous contribution, which would lead to a situation where internet would no longer take place. Now, and I'd also like to draw your attention to the another aspect of the TDM exception, provided it allows AI training, and that's an aspect which is often ignored or overlooked, which is the rightful access to the works used. In order to be part of this exception, I would have to have rightful access to these works, which means I must not circumvent any technical protection measures, so I can't simply break in to get the data. And this is the existing position right now, that this is a precondition. I must not have illegal or illicit or unlawful access to these data. In addition to that, I have to make sure that the content is not unlawful. Now, it should be possible to tell these AI crawlers that if there is unlawful content on Parrot Bay and Co., Kino XO, etc., now if it is about illicit content, this would lead the TDM exception ad absurdum, because I can't assume responsibility for illicit platforms. So this legal access has to be understood in two ways. I must not circumvent technical protection measures, and in addition to that, I should not crawl, obviously, illicit content, and there should be some sort of notice and takedown mechanism. So let's delve more into detail. I said I'd like to give you an overview of copyright and AI, and that includes the question of the eligibility for protection.
Gibt es da noch nichts Ausdrückliches? Also der EuGH in Luxemburg hat noch nichts gesagt.
The European Court of Justice has not yet ruled on the preconditions that have to exist so that an AI work is being protected under copyright or copyrighted, but based on the previous decision, we can rely on the fact that we need to have a sufficient human input in the AI generation. When you look at wording such as the result of the own intellectual creation of the author, or it has to reflect the personality of the author, well, I think it's only human beings that have a personality, not AI. Now, to sum this up, in the EU and in Germany, the copyright protection is required only for human creations. This is a very nice statement indeed. However, in practice, it's not really feasible because our world is not just black and white. There are also intermediate forms where, let's say, human beings have been actively participating in the AI output. Where can that be? Well, firstly, it can also happen in the input. Let's say if I have sufficient human input that still exists in the output or can still be seen in the output, this output can be protected under copyright legislation. Secondly, this copyright protection can also be explained in that within the AI, certain, let's say, adjustment screws are being turned by human beings so that there is sufficient human activities in the output to protect the output. I'll give you an example. Prompting. Prompting is an excellent example where I often read prompts are not protected under copyright. I think we have to look at this from different angles. Of course, you can't just protect an idea. Now, I've prompted this extremely muscular teapot. That was my example. And this is what the AI produced. Now, if a human being had done that, I think we'd all agree that this is copyrighted material. All of these 6 teapots, I assume. But since I've just entered the idea, extremely muscular teapot, which, as Peter Schöning put it, by itself is not protected, these are ideas which are not sufficiently concrete. They don't reflect the personality of a human being. Now, this idea is not protected. And if the AI, without any human input, creates these beautiful teapots, they're not copyrighted. However, if the prompt itself is so creative, it has so much human personality, and this is being continued in the output, we do get into an area of copyright. Perhaps you agree with this example, a short story that I have written as a human being, which is copyrighted, is being fed into an AI, which turns it into a screen. Now then, this short story will be copyrighted, but not so much the screen script, the screenplay, because it is the product of the AI. There is another aspect which is more political, which is ancillary copyrights, which I also feel strongly about. Is AI perhaps, or AI-generated works being protected by ancillary copyrights? Yes, I think to a certain degree they are. For instance, these circles are to symbolize the film producer, the record producer, and other producers. So there are aspects where we don't have any ancillary copyright. For instance, performing artists. The other producers are protected under the ancillary rights of investment protection. But if you have photo protection or performing artist protection, this investment protection does not apply. The ancillary copyright for publishers is a threshold area that I'm not going to go into detail. When we speak about fiction texts or fictitious images, these ancillary copyrights do not apply. So perhaps we're speaking about a digital chaos here or a lack of order. So let's say films, sound recordings are being protected. If I generate paintings or images with AI, they are not protected. Do I need respective ancillary copyrights here? Well, we see a privilege impact for films and music or record producers. This is an imbalance that exists. Now, liability for AI output, that would be the next topic. The violations of copyright by output is something that Peter Schönning has already mentioned. When we apply the existing rules, that means that I look at the output and then, based on that, I decide whether it's identical with a copyrighted material or at least recognizable in the spirit of the Pelham ruling of the ECJ, then this would be a violation of copyright.
And
this implies if the original was used to train the AI, because then the material used for training the AI will be found in the output. But what about other cases? Let's say the AI was not trained with this work, but it's still identical or can be recognized. According to the current rules, and even if the AI produces volumes of works and there is an identical outcome without it being trained using these works, then it's not an infringement, then it's a parallel creation, which is, well, permissible. Maybe, but we may discuss whether this should be a human privilege that we do not want to grant to the AI. But what we could do is that the burden of proof, so the fact that the work was not used to train the AI, that this burden of proof is up to the AI users. And since there is no transparency, it will never be possible to provide this proof. And this is one of the reasons why we would like to see more transparency in AI to facilitate this idea of burden of proof. So these are my ideas, and together with other co-authors, I would like to publish a book on that. If you're interested in it, I'm happy to send it to you. It will be published in January. Then there is contract law, and I was asked to comment on that as well in the 3 remaining minutes, which is also a very interesting topic, which seems to be a bit underrated. So what about AI training data? Are these unknown exploitations? I will tell you why we think that this is the case. It is an use of data that was not known before, because it was only AI training that enabled the reproduction of works in order to train AI system. And if this is the case, then the consequence would be that we need to find out who has what rights And for contracts, it's quite complicated. Maybe we should look into contracts between 166/2008, and maybe we should look into Article 137 on the copyright law. Then there's an additional remuneration for authors according to Article 32C or 137 of the copyright law. And then the question is what to do about AI output and exploitation rights. Again, the question is whether this is an unknown type of exploitation. I have to tell, well, it depends. I can give you one example. Dubbing films using AI-generated voices is not a new way of exploitation or type of use, because it replaces or cannibalizes the old way of doing it. But if I use copyrighted works and create new films, then this might be an unknown type of use.
Verhinderung von Haftungsrisiken können Sie auch zum Beispiel Transparenz in den Verträgen
when it comes to liability risks, these contracts can be subject to transparency. I think transparency in AI is very helpful. And now I would like to give you a short summary, because I think it's all quite complex, and that's why I have some ideas that I would like to share with you at the end. So, copyright protection will only be granted in the EU if there is human contribution to a certain extent, and the protection of copyrights for AI output is possible. This applies to producers, but not to AI artists. And for example, there are some outcomes, such as paintings. There are no related rights or ancillary copyrights. AI law, let's say the AI is trained with the original works, then the output will infringe the copyright if it's identical with the original work, or it can still be recognized, or it was not used for training purposes. Then it's not an infringement, but the burden of proof lies with the AI user. And then contractual law, AI training is an unknown type of use or exploitation, and so it will lead to a right to compensation. But when it comes to a output, it really depends whether it's an unknown type of use, and the co-authors should have the obligation to provide transparency. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nordemann. Well, this is this is really difficult. If investment protection is possible but not innovation protection, then the question is why we are promoting these ideas if we actually want to promote innovations. But I think we need to discuss this another time. Actually, we're supposed to have a coffee break, but we're behind our schedule. So there will be no coffee break, but there will be a small bio breaks of 5 minutes, and there will be a lunch break. I can promise that.
Willkommen zurück. Kaffee wurde getrunken, über Autoschutz.
Welcome back. We heard about authorship. People drink coffee. We learned more about law. And now we would like to start our discussion. We have our first panel discussion, the current legal situation on AI, with introductory statements by all participants. And the first keynote is provided by Dr. Christian Meyer-Seitz. He's head of the Commercial and Economic Law Department at the Ministry of Justice and responsible for copyright law. Mr. Meyer-Seitz, you also spoke at our parliamentary evening on generative AI on the 26th of April 2023, and we are very pleased to hear more about the developments. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for having me. I'm delighted to be here, and after what we have heard, I think there are some things I would like to comment on. And this is correct. I was here 7 months ago, which was a revolutionary event, because actually it was the first time that I learned more about generative AI and had a discussion on the tensions with AI. There was the new trilogue procedure on the AI Act. A proposal by the European Parliament had just been submitted on the introduction of transparency requirements when training AIs with copyrighted material. Training for generative AI. So this was the kick-off of this trilogue procedure in Brussels. This was 7 months ago. And now negotiations have come a long way, but still a number of questions have remained unanswered. And of course, all those involved, all stakeholders, have right to hear about the status quo of the negotiations and the position of the German government. The Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Economics are in charge when it comes to the negotiations of the AI Act. These are the ministries that are mainly responsible, and I'm sure you're all aware of the fact that the German government has always been in favor of taking copyright and authorship rights into consideration in the field of AI. And the opinion of the EIU in April and September have been taken into account. And we also looked into other material on the topic. And the situation we're in right now is that there's a non-paper written by Italy, France, and Germany, which says that we are in favor of a self-regulation of foundation models. It's a very recent paper. This paper, however, does not draw any conclusions on author rights, so it still applies that Germany is still in favor of transparency requirements for training data. And during the working group, the Council's working group, we discussed this, and the last meeting took place on the 23rd of November. Then there was a written statement of the German government from the 24th of November, making it very clear that a transparency requirement is necessary because we want right holders to understand and be able to find out whether their works are being used to train AI, so that they have also the possibility to take legal steps. In this case, the Italian presidency thinks that there is a transparency requirement So we think, opposed to others who have spoken here today, that the trilogue will agree, or that we think that it's possible that they will agree on a transparency requirement. And we think that this transparency requirement would not be unusual on an international level. This would also correspond to the G7 process on the 30th of October. They also underlined that they are in favor of transparency requirements when training AI, generative AI. So this, of course, it is not clear yet how to flesh out this requirement. What is clear, however, is that it needs to be possible to implement this in technical terms, and it should be a reasonable requirement for AI users, because we have a very delicate transparency requirement for the platform providers in the DSA. They have a number of obligations to provide information, and we might use this as a basis. Then the question is, who would be the authority supervising the implementation of this requirement? Because well, it is hard to conceive this without any authority being in charge to monitor the implementation. This would be a paper tiger, but there will be a new authority, the EU AI Office, again, that also needs to be fleshed out. But this AI Office is supposed to be created based on the AI Act. The introduction of a transparency requirement is not substantial copyright law. It is rather supposed to help overcome the enforcement of regulations, because currently, due to scraping, it is very hard for right holders to implement their opt-out. They don't know whether this opt-out had been respected, even if it was machine readable. And that is why these measures seem to be necessary. I've just touched upon transparency requirements. I hope that there are 1 or 3 minutes left to express our ideas on substantial copyright law, because this is what the Ministry of Justice is in charge to. We have just heard that text and data mining is really the appropriate legal basis, and the historical will of the legislator at the time was not aware of AI training, but of course a law is always smarter than its mothers and fathers, so it's not only the historical will that we need to take into account, but we think it is important to look into the applicability of Article 4 and include scraping in the definition. There are other mechanisms that we need to look into. For example, the question as to whether it is legitimate to assume the free access to copyrighted material, and that can only be banned using an opt-out mechanism. And when it comes to scientific text and data mining, maybe we should not have an opt-out altogether, but rather restrict access to certain existing data. So we need to strike a balance here. There are two different claims, and the way we answer this question might be different from the way we did that in 2019, because times are changing fast. We have new experience with AI providers, and we have to differentiate between commercial and non-commercial AI providers, which is a key question to answer. And it's also very volatile looking at AI providers. This might even change. Profiles of AI providers might change quickly. And that's why this should be part of new laws. And as far as the definition of works are concerned, don't think that I need to comment on this. The question is whether the EU legislation needs to tend to this, and maybe the decisions of the European Court of Justice need to be adjusted. So after the EU elections, this is a topic that will be discussed by the European Parliament, and it's also part of the DSM directive. There is an obligation for evaluation. And so we really need to take a blunt look at practices. We will find out what the Commission will do, but we really need to look into text and data mining and other output scenarios. There's one thing that I can tell you: the Federal Ministry of Justice will be an active contributor to this process. Thank you very much for these clarifications that might, alleviate some concerns. I would like to ask you to take a seat again and listen to Axel Voss, who cannot be here. Unfortunately, he is a member of the European Parliament, holding an important position for the entire creative industry. I would like to quote from his website, because the first thing you find out is that we have to prevent the European Union from becoming a digital colony. Hello, Mr. Voss. A wonderful good morning and a very warm welcome to the Author Rights Conference. It's really a pity that I cannot be here today. I would like to thank Mrs. Uppenbrink not only for hosting this event and for inviting me, but also for the introduction. The topic, foundation models, is a topic that has the potential to disrupt the AI discussions. Minister Wissing said that these discussions may also have an impact on the AI Act and might do away with the AI Act. Whether this, we are not quite sure whether this is a good thing, because the European Commission was one of the pioneers trying to lay the legal groundwork. But it's a good thing that this is a topic that is not only that this topic is discussed from very early on, not like social media or platforms. The Council, the Commission and the Parliament were quite fast in publishing their statement. We took some time, but then there was ChatGPT, a generative model, and it took us some time to understand that it will have an impact on the basics of copyright law. And the question is whether we can introduce new rules without taking a stance on copyright law as a whole. And maybe we can also have regulations on the implementation of copyrights. The issue that we are facing is not only copyright law, it's also moral rights of authorships, personal rights, and the question is whether we should be in control of the database and data used by generative AI, large language models, and AI, because we might want to monitor this, because in the future, if you work on parts of these databases or foundation models, this might lead to manipulation. What we cannot allow as a legislator is that just because there is a new invention, we challenge existing laws. On the other hand, we have to make sure that innovations should still be possible in spite of existing laws, so we need a viable legal basis, and there are different ways and ideas of finding a solution here. What we want to do on the 6th of December is to find a solution for foundational models and general purpose AI models, which is generative AI. Then there is the high risk classification in annexes that we want to discuss, the governance structure, and banned AI systems. And this is where we need to find a solution. But since we're now dealing with this question of how to deal with the generative AI, which means that there's a bigger discussion, so we are not quite sure whether we manage to cover it all by the 6th of December. The risk is that the Belgian presidency, I don't know whether it was for psychological reasons only, that they actually do not intend to finalize this regulation under their presidency, but I'm sure if we don't manage to do this on the 6th of December, well, the situation might change, because on the 6th of December we will mainly focus on minimum criteria, because we want to prevent any harm or infringements of the rights of others. So I think there should be a possibility to enforce your rights. So you need data access and databases. There are different ideas on how to deal with it. On the one hand, there is the question, do we really need all data, or maybe metadata would be sufficient? Again, I would be very grateful if you could provide some feedback. Unfortunately, I'm not able to attend this conference in person, but it would be great if I can learn more about the fact whether those who deal with metadata, web pages that were crawled, whether compensation is needed here. And the other question that we need to answer is Article 4 of the copyright reform with commercial text and data mining sufficient as a basis? Because personally, I think this is doubtful. Text and data mining, well, it's not something where we included AI in the past. In the past, this This was about machine readability and about the possibility to use text and data mining, but for individual, personal purposes only. In this case, however, it goes far beyond that idea, and it is the public that might have access. So I think this is a difference, and that's why Article 4 might not be the reasonable legal basis to use. It might be a starting point, very similar to Article 17, but it does not apply to what we have achieved in the meantime. The question that we also need to answer is, what about the distinction? We have discussed this for quite a while. It was also proposed by the Commission and the Council. Should we focus on a two-step system? So a general definition on the one hand of general purpose AI models, as it was part of the Commission proposal from last Monday. Using this terminology, so there should be two models that we need to differentiate, because Germany, France and Italy, who vetoed the regulation of foundational models, should try to find a way to proceed. And we think there are models that only have very little impact, and then there are models with a high systemic risk. And then we need to find out how to deal with these different models, because each model might have different risks. If we look at Aleph Alpha and Mistral, these are companies that use very specific data models. So we do not want to include these models. But we are happy to include the bigger models and add additional criteria.
First and foremost, we have to describe which model would trigger a high risk and what are the obligations that we need to include. I think something that applies to everything is that AI matters have to deal with transparency. Models that are not extremely risky should provide some sort of documentation, but the more risk-relevant models should provide a much higher degree on transparency so that we can supervise these and review them. Of course, we also need to bear in mind cybersecurity, because once such a model has been launched and is becoming toxic, everything that is linked to that model will also become toxic, and that's something we want to avoid. I think this is in the spirit of both the operator and also the governments. So I think in any case we can always say we need transparency, we need documentation. Of course, it has to be described in greater detail later. We need cybersecurity. Now, on copyright, how can I find the right holder? How can I provide compensation? These are aspects that should be clarified in the next mandate. But there is some homework I like to give to you. Please try to look at the practical problems that exist in this link between AI and copyright, and please try to list them and find practical solutions. I am happy to moderate and facilitate this. And if there is a great need prior to the 6th of December to look at operators and copyright holders and perhaps convene them, make sure they're coming together at one table. I'm happy to organize this, but the only date I'm available is the 4th of December. So all the best to you, wishing you a good conference. I hope that Katharina will keep me updated. I'm pretty sure she will. So all the best and see you soon.
Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much, Axel Voss. We will now have a brief discussion between Dr. Meyer-Seitz, Till Völger and Hanna Möllers. Till Völger is a lawyer and he's also a dubbing actor, and Hanna Möllers is the legal advisor of the German Association of Journalists. Would you please be so kind and come up here and grab a microphone? Thank you.
Katharina, ich weiß nicht, ob du jetzt
Katharina, I'm not sure whether you wanted to cut Till and Hanna short. They also wanted to provide a little input, and I'm pretty sure you've prepared this. Yes, I'm happy to do that with a few brief remarks. We heard a lot about the German and European legislators and what we need from them. Well, we need your help. We need the help from the German legislator on behalf of the associations. And also simultaneously, before the legislators react, many things have to happen simultaneously. For those in the film industry, the opt-out options is not a very good solution because they depend on their employers, if you like, those who give them the commissions and the orders to place in the opt-out. I think in the United States there are steps that go much further, and there are the first voices that state that the AI regulation as it exists now will not pass, and we are trying to really negotiate this here with the producers, because it's the contractors who would have to place the opt-out options. Now, one thing we are not able to correct for right now is that most of the AI models are already saturated with data. Now, the data and the information is already in there. Now, let's say I am dubbing a film, and this film is filled only with AI-generated voices. There's nothing I can do about this. But that's not true, because the AI that generates those voices has been trained on real voices. Matthias calls this parametrization into the neural net, and I think this is also an aspect that has to be regulated and where we should be attacking, if you like.
Ich will ganz kurz was zu meiner Biografie sagen.
I want to say something about my life. I studied law, and I wrote my master thesis on European law, but I've worked as a journalist also for a long time, so I know the industry of the creatives quite well. And then in 2019, I became the legal advisor to the German Federation of Journalists or Association of Journalists. That was the time when the DSM directive was adopted. Back then we said text and data mining could be problematic, but it was only one topic amongst many. And no one really realized the scope of this regulation and how far-reaching the consequences would be. Nevertheless, we warned against this back then. We focused, however, a lot on Article 17 and ancillary copyrights for publishers. Since then, many years have passed, and since then, no cent, not a single cent, has arrived with the creatives. So it took a long time to adopt the directive, then it's being transposed into national law. Now Google and so on are in litigation before the Court of Arbitration. So a lot of time is being lost, and every day that happens where value creation takes place elsewhere means a brain drain, a loss of economic livelihoods. And that, to me, is one of the main issues. We barely manage with the tools that we have at hand, and rightfully so, because of course we want to have reasonable legislation and not something that happens ad hoc. But in spite of all the tools, we are, lagging behind. We're not catching up anymore. Well, thank you very much for these two brief inputs. Let's get into the discussion right away. From a situational point of view, I have to say that Katharina and I, we stick very well to our plan. Now, my moderation would have said that you have worked as a journalist and then you became a legal advisor. And you're saying that, and I'm saying that because without the context, you can't really properly do your work. And AI machines and models simply don't know any context. And you've also mentioned that we're running out of time. There are a few aspects that we have to tackle. You spoke about the representation of the trained in the model. In our position paper, we also pointed to the fact that the model is basically offering a capacity of reproduction, a reproductibility. And this is where we need to come in with some sort of monetizing model or licensing model. This could be an approach. Dr. Meyer-Seitz, is this something that sounds useful to you? Yes, I think it does sound useful, because when we speak about artificial intelligence and linking that to copyright, we're still at the very beginning. This is due to the fact that as legislators, we are always reacting in a rather late manner. That is due to the cascading approach. It starts at the European Union, then there are deadlines to transpose these regulations and directives into national law, which means the German legislator has to deal with this before these laws are adopted here and before they can be applied. Article 17 of the DSM directive is a case in point. It took many years for the DSM directive to be transposed into national law, and 5 years have passed since then. 5 years, as a matter of fact, is a very long time. And now, when we look at the training of generative AI models, the question is whether this time will be faster. Now, there is a certain degree of acceleration because the negotiations on the AI Act are well advanced. We are in the last breaths, if you like, of the dialogue, and now copyright is coming in. In addition to that, it is a regulation that is directly applicable. It doesn't have to be transposed into national law, but we do need flanking legislation, if you like, on behalf of Germany, and that takes some time. Now, the core question to me is, what about training? Is training based on legal regulations? Now, the disposition would be the TDM exception. If you negate this, you are in the illegal or illicit field immediately. And we don't want to propagate that. We are seeing, however, certain options based on the historical will of the legislator that go beyond that, in that we have a certain exception for training. However, this again includes the opt-out reservation and the duty of transparency. So I think this is the right approach. Of course, we also have the time before 2021 when that TDM exception did not yet exist. And the question here is, what has happened before 2021? Can we really, well, determine this and identify this from a time frame point of view, and what happens? Because, I mean, there was no directive in place before that time. And you are absolutely right. The structures that we need to make sure that the copyright holders that have been scraped really have a share in the profits are absolutely vital, and these structures do not yet exist. And there are so many pending questions. Now, the transparency obligation is only solving a very, very initial question of many of those questions that exist. There's one thing I would like to add. Someone told me, Ms. Möllers, you have won an award because you introduced the three-scale test. Now, the three-scale test means that this exception also has its limits. The three-step model, if you like. And I think this is also an approach we could opt for. From a journalist point of view, let's say I have my own investigation. I want to offer this for a second or third time, but competition is very fierce because this text can be reproduced within seconds, and I can't have a second use of my text. Wouldn't that cross the limits of that exception? Would this be still covered by that exception? Well, I cannot conclusively interpret applicable law, but we are confronted with a problem that is different to the upload questions. Because if one thing is being uploaded, we can say an exploitation has taken place. But here, in this case, there are no traces. No one can say it has happened, an exploitation has happened, your work has been used by AI, and there are major economic interests that are involved here. And really laying the legal foundation is extremely difficult, but it should start off with justifying and explaining how the generative AI has been trained. Of course, there are different ways of exceeding these databases, of accessing these databases, but this is different from legislation. Legislation exists in the public domain, meaning that the legislator can use AI without being bound by these aspects, but for all artistic exploitation,
muss erstmal menschengemachte Kunst eben trainiert
or generative AI models that offer artistic works,
und dieses
their activities are based on works that have been created by human beings, and this is something which has to be controlled. Well, let me tell you, the AI experts we spoke to all agree that 100% of digital data that was available, personal data, administrative data, but also data on copyrighted material has been crawled until 2019. So it's not about a collapse of demand, it's about 100% of demand. So everything that was there has been used to 100%. And we know by now that generative AI in their models depends on being trained further by works being produced by human beings, being fed in by humans. It cannot be trained on its own data, otherwise it would collapse. And this training has taken place without having consulted us, without having informed us, and without providing consent, credit, and compensation. I just spent 3 days in Vienna on a copyright event on AI, and they spoke very clearly about expropriation and about dispossession, really. So I am actually just trying to discuss this with you. Till, you are negotiating contracts and your performing rights are being claimed or are being used, really. Your performing activities are being used to train AI models. How is this being done? Well, in the dubbing industry, I'm just being presented a written contract and I'm asked to sign it quickly without having read this. But the small print often concludes several clauses that also permit the exploitation of my product, of my works outside of the primary purpose of exploitation. It means they can use my performance to do other things with that. And then there are new clauses coming up which state in their terms and conditions that these performances can also be used for AI purposes. Well, often we simply don't have the time to read through these contracts. And once I demand a copy, then I considered a difficult person and I lose the job. So I'm not sure whether these clauses are lawful, really. They should be checked, actually, by lawyers. But my colleagues are often afraid of pioneering these activities. The question would be whether we, as associations, could lead the way here. Now, many producers already have databases with our works, with our performances. Not only do they have that for one single project, but for all the past projects, and AI operators buy these databases without any sort of compensation or remuneration to us. They simply pay a fee to our producers. Now, in the gaming industry, in computer games, there is a lot of interaction with characters who speak, with artificial voices, but there's simply a mixture of the voices the AI model has been trained on without ever having asked us or remunerated or compensated us. What should we do with that? Well, of course, we'll try to negotiate this.
Yes, together with the Alliance of Producers, we are preparing something. Then I have a question to Hanna. I just received a message from a colleague. He is a journalist and a composer, and he spoke on your annual event of the German Journalists Association, and he said he was quite shocked to hear that many journalists are not really aware of these huge disruptions generated by AI. What's your impression?
Das Gefühl habe ich zum Teil auch.
Yes, sometimes I share this opinion because there are positive and negative things about it. On the one hand, AI, of course, provides a plethora of possibilities, of opportunities. You can have an automated transcription of interviews, or you can generate some titles. For example, the final sentence that sometimes needed, you might want to use that. So, or the Panama Papers and all the research that was done was also hugely based on AI, because it was, looking at 11.6 million papers. Who could have done that? Well, this is not generative AI, but still, generally speaking, it is a useful tool that can be very useful to journalists. So it's a nice thing to have, and I want everyone to look into it. But it is a tool. It is like a knife in the kitchen. It's a very useful tool, but you can also use it to murder someone, to kill someone. So it really depends on how the legislator deals with knives, because, murder, of course, is subject to imprisonment, and you will be punished. So this is about collective responsibility. This is not up to me not using a knife to kill someone, but
werde ich verhaftet werden, werde ich dafür ins Gefängnis. Ich werde konsequent mit Konsequenzen.
Well, I get arrested if I used a knife to kill someone, and the same should apply to AI. And there's one more thing that I would like to make clear.
Zu Recht über das geistige Eigentum.
We talk about intellectual property and the significance of intellectual property also for our livelihoods, but it's about much more. This is also about democracy. If the number of journalists goes down, because there will be more output, there will be more articles, more videos, but this is only a reproduction of what has already been said, but there will be fewer and fewer critical voices and the different perspectives. There is a combination of AI and collected data. Experts say this is the end of mass media. This is very similar to the algorithms of Amazon. So I get personalized messages. So they will show me my preferences again and again. So you always be part of your own bubble. And this tendency that is getting stronger. And on the same time, there is the possibility of manipulation. And we will not notice. We will no longer notice because it is a black box and we don't know why we see what we see. So this is not only about authors' rights, this is about democracy. Thank you. I don't know whether a microphone was prepared because it's now time for questions. Yes, there is a microphone, but there's one more thing that I would like to say. It was very important to us to have the two of you here today. On the one hand, journalism is the glue of our society, and authors' rights means being responsible for your content. And if no one wants to be responsible, this will lead to a number of issues until talking about voice cloning and separating a voice and people. This is something that we haven't seen in law so far, and we have to find out how to handle this. And then there's also the right to your face and the picture of your face. And that is why it is important to have both of you here, and also you, Mr. Meyer-Seitz. Are there any questions? There is a question in the back. And I know this person that is going to ask a question. My name is Helga Trüpel, and together with Axel Voss, we worked on the author's right, the copyright directive at the European Parliament, together with Axel Voss. And what I've learned here today is very similar to the big discussions in the past. Nina George referred to the idea of the human being and the creative individual. and there was also a lot of criticism uttered at the time. I think the idea of the creative individual should be defended, and this even more so given that there is generative AI, and Andree was also right in saying that on the one hand there are monopolies getting stronger and stronger, richer and richer, and on the other hand there's the graveyard, and still this is being framed as democratization. I think it's high time to use very precise arguments and proposals to take part in this political discussion about what is at stake, because this includes democracy. And I would like to see more journalists to be clearer in order to fight these narratives. It was Jared Longier who, at the Frankfurt Book Show many years ago, said there is the lords of the clouds and the digital peasants. And this is exactly what we're seeing today. And this is a development that we need to comment on. At the German Parliament, the Bundestag and the European Parliament, Axel Voss said in 2025 there will be the new Commission, the new Parliament starting this. So we are really quite late, actually, and we need to use the time at our hands to make clearer political messages. Thank you, Helga Trüppel. No other question, I think, but Katharina, maybe you can join us and we'll try to find out on how to proceed. I think it's time for a break. Well, you have 10 more minutes for your discussion, because our break will start at 1:30. So then we, of course, we're happy to take more questions. Maybe an AI should be the future moderator of this event. I think this would be far less entertaining, having an AI being today's facilitator. I would like to make a comment on text and data mining and the barriers here. Let's say there is this barrier that is being applied, then according to German law, there would be no compensation. And then the question is, we need to apply the Bern three-step test. Is there a plan B of the German government, or to make adjustments on a German level, on a member state level? And if this is not the case, I strongly suggest this.
Wir denken, dass diese Frage
We think that this question should be solved on a European level, and there is no other member state that thinks that this would be a good idea. When it comes to the data and text mining barrier, there is no obligation for compensation in European law, and still member states consider the introduction of such a barrier, and as soon as AI was launched, well, it was no longer an academic question, but now it's a political and also very economic question. We are well aware of this fact, and that's why our unit, Dr. Wittmer is here as well, carried out this survey. And we wanted to find about the perspective of the other member states. There hasn't been any positive feedback yet. That's why there's no plan B. But of course, we might have such a plan in the future. Because, as we've already mentioned, it always takes time for this cascading legislation. And if we wait for the EU to make laws, then, well, we have to wait until 2027, maybe 2026, if we're optimistic. Because then this is the deadline of copyright law. So these are very dynamic processes. That's why I can't exclude your plan B, but I can't confirm it either. Well, this doesn't make it easier. And now it's time for a break, I'm being told, but there's one more question. I'm a representative of the German book industry. I'm not a lawyer, but I have an idea. When talking about Italy, France and Germany, and the idea whether there is some self-commitment by the platforms. Let's think about reasonability. Maybe they are supposed to do the same due diligence as in the real world. There we have the Supply Chain Act, and maybe this should apply to them as well. So there is one final statement I would like to make. There is a Supply Chain Act and a lot of fair trade acts, but at the same time we haven't managed to agree on the fact that we love to hear music from free-ranging musicians. So we are happy to buy very expensive milk, but not expensive music. And now, thank you very much for this final statement and for the discussion, and of course for your questions. We'll have a break of 25 minutes, and we'll meet
Mittagessen, vergnügliche Gespräche, auch draußen zu Hause.
1:50.
Kurze Pause, wir sind dann
So
bald wieder
just
zurück.
a brief lunch break, and then we are back here.
Willkommen zurück.
Welcome back. While we get the idea of how you are still looking for seats in the hall and fade out the pictures of the chewing audience on your devices at home, here at the 11th Copyright Conference of the Initiative Urheberrecht, we will get into the practice of artistic and journalistic photographic work and its management. Can an image be a photo that has not been exposed and does not depict an actual event? The photo artist Boris L. Darksen calls such image products promptography, with a clear artistic intent, considerable effort, and with the help of generative idea. Mind you, he designs and AI is the tool. But what has it been trained with, and who owns what it generates on the output platform? So what could be a sustainable business model look like? The lawyer, Dr. Pappi, is the managing director of the collecting society Bild-Art, and he has an initial idea.
Ja, meine Damen und Herren, ich muss stehen, weil ich muss ein bisschen...
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I have to stand here because I need to have a look at my presentation every once in a while. It's great to be speaking after the break. There are less seats taken than before, but that's good because it leaves space for the elephant in the room. One thing we haven't addressed yet.
Mal kurz eine Folie weiter, da ist es.
This is the elephant in the room, substitution. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues.
Katharina, da bist du.
Katharina, there you are.
Diese kleine Karte sehen.
When we look at this small card that you see on the back of your laptop, the Initiative Urheberrecht represents 140,000 creatives. How many will there be left in 5 or 6 years' time in the evaluation of the DSM directive? Perhaps 70,000. I think substitution is the topic that we haven't addressed sufficiently today. So the question is whether authors and performers should be compensated for the fact that generative AI is substituting their work. That is the question, ladies and gentlemen, that we should be answering to today. If you say, if we still need human creativity, the answer would be yes, otherwise it would be no. And if you want to answer that question, the following question would have to apply. Does our society depend on human creativity and creation? Now, I've prepared this little chart here. You see different colors, and this is the level of creation from the left-hand side, where we have a, let's say, coin, to the right-hand side, where we have Guernica by Picasso or Thomas Mann. So on the right-hand side, you would find visionary forms of art, and on the left-hand side, rather affirmative forms of art. This may not always be true, but let's say to a ratio of 80 to 20. Now, with visionary forms of art, we would come up with the result that they are negating the status quo. They are looking beyond their own garden fence, whereas on the affirmative form of art, they're not doing anything new, they're just preserving the status quo. Now, when we add Friedrich Schiller and realize that art is not only showing what is possible, but also giving us emotional energy, so that we really tread down the path to what we haven't got yet, the vision of a future, then, ladies and gentlemen, the result would be that we need these visionary forms of art. At least, as a democracy, we would say that. If we were living in an authoritarian regime, we would probably like to preserve and maintain the status quo. Now, my result would be that our democracy depends on visionary forms of art. Hanna Möller mentioned it, Jeanine, Meerapfel mentioned it, our democracy. However, we have not answered the question whether we need the human factor. Do we need human creation and creativity, or could AI substitute human beings in future? Well, currently, this is what it looks like. I actually had added some pluses and minuses here. They can't be seen in those circles, but I would say, yes, the affirmative forms of art can do AI, that would be the small coin, but not the visionary forms of art. Perhaps in the future AI can reflect that right-hand side, but that doesn't really matter, ladies and gentlemen, because even if we wouldn't want that in a democracy, because that means making us dependent on the operators of AI, or if AI can no longer be controlled, we would be subject to these machines. So now we've seen that AI is located on the affirmative forms of art. On the other side, on the right-hand side, we need the human factor. Now, that's something we may be willing to accept, where we say, okay, all the authors and creatives, they will concentrate on the higher forms of art, and here we have a productivity gain. But this is certainly not the case, and that's what I wanted to describe with these fish. Because if you leave that side to AI, you leave the bread and butter business to them. So no one of us who is creative will always be able to work in these higher levels of art. We also need to earn our income, our bread and butter. So as authors, as right holders, we also need to be active on this side. Now that leads me to the following conclusion, namely, our democracy depends on human creativity and creation. And provided this is a fact, then AI substitution has to compensate in the bread and butter business. So I was actually rushing you through these ideas, but they told me that we don't have very much time. Let me just tell you one more thing, namely, how can we have a compensation or remuneration model? Well, you've heard about the input and the output side. Let's use the input side first and look at what we have. We are here in the center. We have an exception for text and data mining, and we don't know whether it's applicable under the existing law. Even if it was, the question would be, how can we gain money from that? How can we monetize on this? From practice, my position is that this is only an opportunity for big global rights holders who can sell their opt-out. Let's say they declare their opt-out. I heard that GEMA has done so for all the works. And then they say, yes, we will cancel our opt-out provided you pay. But an individual author may find it difficult to negotiate with Microsoft. So this is a difficult situation to earn money, especially when you consider how much money trickles down to the individual level when it is big tech companies that are active. Another thing would be to license each and everything, but this cannot be applied. I think it would be rather Article 4 of the DSM directive which can be applied, or else you could have an exception for text and data mining with a remuneration claim subject to collecting societies, but we don't want to give everything out of our hands. Well, I have to admit, I want to click through this presentation, each and every bullet point that is listed here, but that was not possible from a technical point of view. Now you're seeing all the different options. Another option would be foundation model operators are withdrawing to other countries with more beneficial rules. Perhaps the United States, well, I assume they'll also have strict regulations, but maybe to South Korea. So the question is, can we earn money with what we do? Now, the collecting society Bild-Kunst has now introduced a social media image license. We addressed 48 agencies, and 68% have not answered at all. They're all located in the United States. Now, this is something that I recommend we discussed. Some initial ideas for a compensation model in the output area. We could, let's say, generate continuous payments if we would place a levy on operators on the products of generative AI. Then the revenue can be distributed to all the rights holders. We could also include publishers, and we could even promote domestic culture. Austria is doing that, in that they separate part of that revenue for cultural purposes, and also foreign AI operators could not circumvent this levy. It doesn't matter where the AI is located. Let's say we speak about 350 million consumers in Europe. If they are to be addressed by that AI model, then the levy would apply. And the price gap between AI products and human works would be narrowing with this levy being applied, which means we'd be back in the game. And last but not least, there is a fear amongst policymakers in the EU that the foundation model operators would be not treated nicely and therefore move away, but they would not be disadvantaged compared to those in other countries, because all of them have to pay the same levy, which leads to a level playing field on behalf of the foundation model operators. So I think this is an approach that we should be discussing in the upcoming months. The question is how to link that to matters of copyright and new types of use is something that Bernd Nordemann mentioned with a few reservations. Then also ancillary copyrights being applied in the form of investment protection for all creatives and authors. That's difficult to introduce again, but you could go even further. However, I don't think you need these completely new approaches, since, ladies and gentlemen, it's about causality, and causality is in place. If 100% of all works, millions of works, have been used to generate AI, this provides for causality. And Article 17 of the DSM directive states that the responsibility of the legislator can be delegated. So what we need is courage and far-sightedness. We just had the question, what do we tell our children in 5 or 10 years' time when they ask us, where were you? Well, we were here, and we called for compensation models. By the way, I am not the author of this output idea. It's Professor Dr. Martin Senftleben, and if you want to read the whole article, this is the reference to it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Urban. Would you just please stay with us, because I would also like to ask Konrad Schmidt and Dorothee Lang to come up here. Thank you very much. Very interesting ideas. I think it's worth discussing them. They may have their advantages and disadvantages. I saw heads nodding and some critical faces, but you did indeed introduce some interesting ideas. Dorothee Lang is the legal advisor of BFF. She is a specialized lawyer, and she works mainly in the cultural, creative and media industry. Konrad Schmidt is a photographer, mainly in advertising. He's also very active in the Photo Council, which is also a member of the Cultural Council. And I would like to ask you a few questions. Why did we focus on photography? Dorothee Lang being part of the Professional Association of Freelance Photographers. Now, the photographers were amongst the first ones to address us very early on, saying that there are dramatic impacts to be expected. Secondly, photography, together with text journalism and documentary films, are the sectors where we expect most harm, not only with regard to economic aspects, but also with regard to democratic issues. Dorothee Lang, could you provide us with an initial assessment of the situation? You made your first assessment more than a year ago. What has changed since then? Well, the Professional Association of Freelance Photographers and Film Creators represents mainly advertisement photographers, but also journalistic photographers. And very early, we dealt with generative AI and generative image creation and manipulation. And I'd like to also look beyond our garden fence here and look at the general political and economic situation. Speaking on behalf of the advertisement photographers, they're are being affected not only in that their work is being stolen and looting really takes place, but it's an entire industry that is being affected. Now, In an advertisement shooting, you not only have the photographers, you have the assistants, the models, stylists, visagists, and the camera producers are affected, and they all fear for their economic existence. And secondly, it's quite pleasant to hear that the Commissioner for Culture and Media and the Ministry of Justice wants to support authors and rights holders, but and the creators. But at the same time, I think that the ministries don't fully agree on common position regarding AI. Ms. Stark-Watzinger from the Ministry for Research and Education has started preparing an AI plan, a document of 30 pages that has been published in November. It sums up what Ms. Stark-Watzinger wants to do. She wants to turn Germany into the AI location #1 globally. That is her declared goal. I read through this document briefly, and she said, including the stakeholders affected, we also need to consider a reform of the copyright law. Now, that struck me as alarming. And then we have Bitkom, another association which wants to review copyright regulations and even dilute them, water them down. And when we look at the discussions that have taken place so far, I am afraid of an attack on the existing copyright legislation as it is in place today. So right holders, the creatives and authors have to make sure that the copyright is not being attacked, it is not being weakened, and we need urgently need a solution with regard to AI and a compensation model. Now, I could be speaking for much longer, but I think we should pass on the floor to Konrad as well.
Eine Einschätzung von deiner Seite.
Maybe, Konrad, you can tell us more on that and your stance. Well, there are many different perspectives. First of all, there is the idea that this is being theft, and I think this is an opinion shared by all of us. Actually, I started a little collection of hallucinations, and if you steal a lot of pictures from Getty Images, the AI thinks that they need watermarks too, but just a hint of a watermark, that doesn't really make sense. So this idea that this is not being theft, well, I don't really believe them when saying that. But you said images and pictures are very important, and they read pictures 60,000 times faster than text. Well, it is called a text AI, and you have to read text. You need to speak languages. You need to understand the culture. But pictures and images, they speak a universal language. And well, when we are in the run-up to the U.S. elections, and it's the Americans providing this technology that enables people to spread a lot of misinformation and fake news. Currently, when it comes to advertising, companies are aware of the fact that using generative AI comes with legal issues, and usually they say, well, it's just used as a source of inspiration, and if you're happy with this inspiration provided by AI, you can implement it and put it into reality by all the people involved. But if, well, now they keep telling us AI is creative, but we are not. But actually, it's up to us providing all the groundwork. And now, and this is where it's getting tricky from a legal point of view, looking at journalism the way we see it today with this downward spiral? Well, in the past 30 years, the number of journalists went down by 50%. However, the number of marketing people was increasing 6 times, so which means that the idea is that we need to really be careful. Journalists are not really able to verify the sources of these images at the same speed other people are publishing it. So there are a lot of lessons that we learned from Brexit and other political developments, and we need to be careful. There is a technology that has been around for 2 weeks that helps us to verify the digital provenance of pictures and images. So all journalists attending an event, there is a German Bundesdruckerei, and they can provide an alterable code, so journalists can find out whether this is a real picture, who made this picture, where was this picture taken, when was it taken. So this will include all data relating to a picture. And I would like to encourage you to really look into it, because sometimes photographers taking pictures of politicians are being asked not to modify the picture later on, not to edit it, because it is really important which pictures to use, because these pictures are often copied and they are often used by AI, for AI, and it is also used to generate text. That's why we really need to find out about how to structure this workflow in order to be credible, and we need this credibility next year more than ever. So please look into this and really try to come up with some safeguards.
Sehr interessante Aspekte, und ich würde das eine gerne aufgreifen.
Well, these are very interesting aspects, and I would like to get back to the myth that data or metadata cannot be equipped with unique data in order to verify them. There are new standards in Europe that help us. First, there's the myth that we don't know how technology actually works, and then there is the idea that there is no way to show who created an original picture. Is not possible. This is not true. We just need legal framework conditions. There's one thing that I would like to add, and I didn't mention it when presenting you. Konrad is in charge of taking many portraits, even of politicians and political decision makers, and that's why he is giving that advice. This is due to your professional background. And now, credibility. Dorothee, could you get back to the ideas that were presented to us in the morning, and what is the weaknesses that you would like to point out? Well, the copyright law is very vulnerable, and there is a third myth that I would like to mention here, that right holders do not need to worry about their legal position, because I'm not quite sure what the legislator will do. In August, there was a request by the left party regarding generative AI, and the response of the government seems quite naive. Well, the legislator, the government just trying to do away with this topic, because they are saying, well, we have a lot of legislation like the GDPR. There are ways of avoiding copyright infringements or of punishing copyright infringements. What I'm wondering is whether it's true, whether they really have no clue, or whether they are doing this to calm down rights holders. Maybe they really do not have a clue. Looking at the plans of Mrs. Stark-Watzinger, of course, too strict AI regulations might be an obstacle. Well, there's one thing that we have mentioned again and again, and that is the fact that the government seems to have changed its opinion on AI and copyright law. And of course, we hope people from the ministries listening to us and listening to you. Well, I would like to give you the floor, and then Matthias, and then we might hear from the other industries. 1 week ago I was in Hong Kong, and 3 weeks ago I was in Los Angeles. And I think the Minister of Economic Affairs did not have the intention to have AIs coming here. The way we deal with venture capital and well, the way that companies in Delaware do not have to pay any taxes, well, clearly hints to the fact that these companies who do not want to come here. There's no point in trying to welcome them. They don't want to come to Europe. There is not the right mindset here. And there is one more thing that I would like to make clear. The belief that technology will be solving all our problems. Let's look at the water and energy consumption of AI. Well, it's unbelievable that a green minister is really promoting this. This is unbelievable. If we want these companies to come here, and if we help them by, well, lowering our electricity prices, it's not a good thing to do. We have to find out about our strong suits, our companies, our businesses here. Where are our assets? And I don't think that we should create these structures for the other companies coming here. I would like to ask you to take your seats again, and after the next round, we will hear questions from the audience. Thank you so much. Let's give it up to our three panelists. So we're now moving on from the elephant in the room to water consumption. So I think we cover it all today. A world that is virtually flooded with photos and that is facing a huge wave of AI-generated images. Some of these images giving us a headache. We will find out whether in future man-made photographs might stand out as a unique selling point from the generated mass of generic images, or simply drown in them. Let's take a look at generative AI from other industries of creative work: screenwriting, visual arts, concept art of Hollywood films, acting, vocal arts, and what would all that be without music? Now I would like to ask Mrs. Nora. Sorry, it's not Nora, says the presenter, Nira Boskurt. And she is very active in many different areas, but we are focusing on one. She is screenwriter. She's a screenwriter. She writes, directs, produces, and also has a degree in computer science. Actually, well, the floor is yours. It's great to be here. So I studied computer science for 2 years, but, well, JavaScript didn't exist at the time. So I focus on creative technology used in the creative industry. I started out in 2019. I used AI for the first time. And this was when an avatar was speaking in real time. I used this as an interface, voice cloning, synthesizing, generating images, what is called deepfakes. And since ChatGPT has been in place, I've used it as well. I use Whisper for transcription from speech to text. I use voice synthesizing And in order to have like screenplay lectures at home, I would like to show you what is possible. The language model of ChatGPT is used by many other AI systems as a basis. I only use ChatGPT because I consider it to be the mother of AIs, and the specialized tools, they use ChatGPT and develop it further. The free and the paid version of ChatGPT helps you to get written text, title, a logline, a synopsis, and an outline, and it's much easier to write it. It's faster. It's not about the AI writing it. You have to write it yourself. You can do some plotting with ABCD storylines, and for many seasons. So whenever there is a show, you can really focus on a specific direction, and the AI is your sparring partner. And as a screenwriter, you can also use a screenshot from a website, and then you get the code of this website, and you can do this website yourself. So let's get back to writing. The ChatGPT is better in English than in other questions. Whenever there is a logline or titles, I think they use translations, because in German it sounds either like a doctoral thesis or, a cheap booklet. But the AI is not able to do the writing itself, so you always need a an experienced screenwriter in order to find out whether this is crap or not. So it's up to the user to decide the direction, and you also need to provide some feedback on the content. It is just a tool, but it will help you to get to make progress much faster. ChatGPT is a tool in order to speed up things. It's not an autonomous tool, but this is, of course, what big companies would like it to be, and that's the artificial generative intelligence. But we haven't made this progress so far. The generated content of a generative AI is not complete. You need the expertise of a screenwriter to finalize it. Sometimes there's not much content, and there's also a lot of hallucinations. Sometimes the names of the cast are changing, and sometimes the stories change as well. But of course, you need to notice. Then, bias, of course, is a big issue. However, we have seen a lot of improvement in German stories. The cast always called Lena, Jonas, and Müller or Schmidt as the surname. And if you would like to write an action adventure, there's always a general or a count, or this is always the Nazi a person in this story. And if there is a German woman with a Turkish background, she's always called Eilif or Eilin, and it's always, the story is always about a story living between two worlds, turning away from the conservative family, and usually it's a German boy called Jonas helping her, but ChatGPT tries and focuses on diversity and inclusion, and sometimes you get a lot of helpful hints. And I'm under the impression that there are not really European data that can be found on AI, and there's not much information on German screenplays that you will find online. This is different for the US. There are websites where you find a lot of American screenplays, and detailed knowledge about European cinema. Well, if you, for example, ask for Alphaville from Godard, there will be hallucinations. Nouvelle Vague or New German cinema are buzzwords that are known, and ChatGPT will be able to explain, but you won't find the content there. The content of American shows, for example, can be found. You can ask for a summary of Breaking Bad, either per episode or storylines. However, you should be familiar with the show, because if you don't know the show, then the ChatGPT might mix up the context and you will not notice. There is one genre where ChatGPT is really doing great, and that is science fiction, because science fiction is able to come up with new worlds that you wouldn't have dreamt of. And if you ask ChatGPT more question, what does this world look like? This is really what I can recommend, what you can do. But when using ChatGPT, you need to use very clear definitions and describe the context that you need. That's prompting. This is due to the fact that ChatGPT can process 10 pages. However, screenplays usually have about 90 pages, and you need to structure it and develop it, and so you need some additional pages. So these restrictions will prevent GPT from writing a screenplays, well, irrespective of quality. So this is just the consumer part. I don't know what's happening, well, behind the screen. And so at least this has been the status quo, but there have been some changes. There are ChatGPT Plus users can customize models, which means you can prompt the model how to proceed. You can upload data, which of course is an issue, and you need to define your prompts and tell ChatGPT what is to be used in order to get at what result. External tools can be connected to ChatGPT. There's also a user interface for customized ChatGPT. You don't really use the need to use the API assistant, and don't need any computing knowledge to do this. What you can also do is introducing limitations. For my ChatGPTs that I customize, well, limitation is the user needs to know that you can only add 10 pages. Well, and from a practical perspective, content development can be carried out by customized ChatGPTs, and you can use further ChatGPTs to develop it further. This is basically possible. There are other writing tools, and what they've done is they train ChatGPT in order to be able to write. This is what you can do at home on your computer.
Genau, die anderen Anbieter sind quasi überflüssig geworden.
And then the other suppliers are superfluous. OpenAI has simply expanded its monopoly. You have to come to an end. Well, I'll just speak a bit faster. I've trained a few GPTs that work very well, from the idea, the content and the concepts, and also scripts to fiction book and fiction book to scripts. If you have an unfinished script in your drawer, you know what that means and how nice this can be. No worries, I've also programmed a producer GPT. Also, producers can be replaced. And my producer GPT can completely replace the producer. Authors cannot be replaced, don't worry. And what else is important? Let me just look through my pages. ChatGPT can 500 pages per second. I need to, however, ask very targeted questions. That is very important. These questions have to be as precise as possible. American websites usually have a blocker. Not so much German websites, and in ChatGPT Customize, I can crawl the web according to my ideas, and I feed this into OpenAI. This is what Customize does. And there was a media lawyer who uploaded 3 foreign works for her customized ChatGPT. But that's something which is really difficult to track. If you have millions of active users and only 10% have the Plus model, and you can make as much customized as you want to. And each and everyone would upload 3 books. You can imagine the sheer amount of data. And OpenAI has asked all of them to do that, and also stated that they will incur the costs for rights violations litigations and copyright violations litigations. And they also want to open a shop where you can sell your customized GPT, and the creator is having a share, and the bets are running on at least 100 GBTs a week. When I started working with ChatGPT, it was like a very clever 9-year-old, more or less a year ago. But then in February, it was a 14-year-old knowing everything but speaking in an uncontrolled manner. Then it became a 17-year-old waiting for the question to be finished before it would answer. Now I think it's a 19-year-old law student who thinks he or she can solve all the cases, but the customized GPT is a 21-year-old highly talented student willing to conquer the world with their professor. And I think in 3 years it will be the professor in human years, but in computer years this would be 3 months only. I'm very worried about that speed of development. Then OpenAI is a monopoly, we all know that. What I'm also concerned about is that we Europeans don't actively participate in the design, at least not consciously. In 1990, and I got to know in Silicon Valley someone from Lightning Magic in 2019, and he said, well, you simply don't, you have your copyright here in Europe, that's why you don't participate in the design. Well, thank you very much. I hope these last words were giving us some guidelines regarding what is happening in Germany and Europe. And we're also getting an insight into what is happening in the States. You need to explain the blockers to me, and I hope that we can publish your text on our website so that people can read it afterwards. Now I would like to ask Reinhard Kahl. He is the legal advisor of the association that he is part of. And he deals with important questions of liability. He is the legal advisor of the Association of Independent Musicians and Music Companies, VUT. So I was asked to speak about the world of music. This is what I will do, and all the other things that the Association of Independent Musicians and Music Companies has published can be read elsewhere. Now, our association means that we are independent. We see ourselves as independent because its members are independent of Sony, Warner, and Universal. This is what we mean when we speak about independent. We want to have a level playing field for our members representing the SME sector. 300,000 is the number of our members. And it's about the use and exploitation of our rights and fair remuneration. Now, I did prepare philosophically for this talk because I thought about the 3 major questions that have to be answered. What can we know? What can we hope for? What do we have to do? What should we do? What can we do? Well, our members will continue producing music, and they cannot stop because they have to, they want to, and they will do that in the future. And they use AI, machine learning, in all its forms. If you were members of my association and I'd ask you who is not using AI, there'd be single hands only going up. AI is being used for mastering, for compositions, for editing, and for texting. Beatles, the new song, which is really not a new song, would be unthinkable without AI that can exert single steps. You could say, I want to have the the drums of Ringo Starr or digital bits of Queen, and you can do it yourself, really. Now the question is, what means independent? And that's the bad news now. I think at no point in time of this association's existence have its members been more dependent than now. And we have to look at this more closely. You have to ask yourselves, who owns AI? Where does it come from? Well, basically, we have GAFAM still with cash reserves. I don't think I have to explain what GAFAM means. They have cash reserves of $500 billion, and they have an annual turnover of 1.5 trillion, which is more or less the GDP of South Korea. And for independent music companies, that means that those who launch their music on the market through streaming, they have to deal with monopolies. The major part of their turnover is profit is being generated on Spotify. If you still want to produce this physically, you will have to deal with Amazon. And Amazon is the monopoly here, or it rules the market in such a manner that you can't simply circumvent it. There's no way of bypassing Amazon. What are our members confronted with now? Now they report, for instance, that Amazon, in a structural approach, simply doesn't pay the full amount of bills. What they do is they say, well, either you'll accept that we pay 80% or we'll take you to court. And they can do that because no one can work in an economically efficient way without working with Amazon. Last week, Spotify said that as of 2024, they will no longer be remunerating for streams if they don't pass the threshold of 999 streams per calendar year. I think this is unlawful with regard to Article 32 of the copyright law. Now, this only applies to ancillary copyrights, not the copyrights as such, and it's the major companies that are affected. Only in our association, I do expect some resistance to be put up. Now, this leads to a situation where when you want to distribute music, you have to market it somehow, and all that's left for you is social networks. And the social networks have their own terms and conditions, which basically reflects the law. I'd like to quote Shahak Shapira, a comedian of Israeli descent, but a German. And the day before yesterday, he said in an interview, well, what I'm doing here is content creation. We are working for our new god, algorithm. This new god decides whether I go viral and I can sell tickets or whether I'll starve. He put it very dramatically, but I think he really showed quite clearly what we're dealing with, namely monopolies. Where do these monopolies come from? Why do they exist? We think they exist, and that's the next leap in technology with AI. They exist because for many years we've been really lagging behind with our legislation, and we don't manage to restrict the big tech companies in their activities. That's what we aimed at doing in the DSM directive. Now ask yourself, what happened with the DSM directive? Are there any claims that you can put into practice with the Copyright Service Provider Act? And we also heard before that the major part of companies addressed simply don't answer. Now, since we're speaking about digital legislation, let me take an example that is often quoted for successful legislation, the General Data Protection Regulation. Now, if you manage to meet someone whose daily business is the data GDPR,
mit Datenschutzbehörden.
Well, we spoke to the European Commission, data protection authorities, also external privacy commissioners, lawyers, and I'm one of them. They will tell you what we are doing here is a lot of red tape. We're simply flooding something with lots of paper to simply hide that what's happening is simply the instructions of big tech companies. Let's say Microsoft introduces Office 365 Plus. There is no room for discussing in what way they want to do that. And then you hear about fines. Now, these fines are easily paid, especially when it is the big tech companies with enough cash reserve affected by those fines. This is why our members, and that brings me to the last part of my presentation, they share the hope that the knowledge of the regulations, DSM, the DMA Act, and their evaluation tries really to bring to light whether changes have been accomplished or not. Andree showed the graph of the digital world. We are confronted by monopolies that are so powerful that our laws and acts will collapse unless there is a change in paradigm. I find it hard to see that change in paradigm because our federal government always loves to use this popular tool of self-regulation. Now, on copyright, there is this idea that more and more comes to the fore, and we've heard it here several times already, namely the idea that it does make sense to sharpen the copyright law, to make it stricter, and to think about who is the proprietor of an AI product which is protected under manufacturing law if the originator is in the United States. And I think there are two legal camps there in the States. Firstly, they want to expand the work made for hire principle, which means that the creation of AI belongs to the proprietors of the machine of AI, or the other approach would be to let it fall under the public domain aspect. I think we should make the copyright stricter to the benefit to the creators of the creative work and the authors. On the other hand, it might make sense to add a new aspect to the list of intellectual property rights and perhaps have a new AI output act or output law, because we think that the many details that exist cannot be controlled via lawsuits, litigation, or legalata, let alone trying to control this through an implementation of AI output aspects in the existing copyright law.
Bevor du gehst und bevor du das faltest und einsteckst, kannst du das einmal
Before
hochhalten?
you leave, could you just hold these two papers up briefly? Just hold them up. We want to see them. This is what it looks like when someone is thinking, ladies and gentlemen. That's not just simple stochastics, a probability of one sign following the other in a stochastic algorithm. So thanks for showing that to us. And I've even taken a photo of that. Now.
Bitte? Das war meine Privatkopie.
No, that was my private copy. Decentral. I only have a minute, but I have to announce someone I know well, someone I've worked with intensely, and someone I consider to be one of the most creative persons I've ever met. Till Nowak has made several of the most successful German short films of all time. He is a visual artist with regular exhibitions. He lives with his family in Beverly Hills. was working on a career as a filmmaker while his work as a concept artist in films such as Black Panther 1 and 2, Guardians of the Galaxy 3, Captain Marvel, and series such as The Lord of the Rings can be seen. Because Los Angeles is far away and Till's schedule is very full, he has sent us his statement in advance as a video in advance. Hello, I'm Till Novak. I'd like to welcome you from my small studio in Los Angeles in California. I'm an artist and filmmaker, and for 25 years now I've been intensely using image modification software and 3D tools. I do organize a lot of exhibitions in Europe with my free works, but here in California I'm a concept artist for Hollywood films, which means that for a quarter of a century I consider myself to be at the front lines of digital options. But now with generative AI, that to me is a completely new thing and phenomenon that I'm not using at all in my work. That's due to the fact that already 10 years ago I looked into AI, even before this current tsunami of software came into sight, and I think this is extremely problematic, and I don't take this lightheartedly and use it as a tool. What's interesting to observe is what my colleagues are doing with this in Hollywood. 2 to 3 years ago, when AI became feasible, they were all very thrilled and excited and tested it out and started using it. But the thing turned around very quickly because you don't want to bite the hand that feeds you. And there's also a lot of legal uncertainty. So we are expecting a disaster to happen pretty soon. I see several dimensions in the problem. There is a long-term perspective, which is something where we don't know what this means to humankind in the long term. And I'm very worried that we are developing a technology which will soon get out of control. And then on the other hand, we have short-term impacts that we are feeling here and now on our society, on jobs, employment, etc. But in both cases, it's about losing control and about the question whether we can stick to what really characterizes us and is our genuine nature as human beings. I think that AI can solve a lot of problems. There are benefits. I'm not worried about these advantages. They're great, but we need to limit risks towards the disadvantages side. So there are many things which are still open and not clear, but I do have a few things that I have very clear. Firstly, there is a huge accumulation of power that no one doubts, and with that power there is a risk of the loss of control and absorbing and sampling all works of humankind in order to develop an algorithm is absolutely illegal. It goes without saying that this is something which should be prohibited. You can't expect that people have agreed to the use and to this extensive use of a technology that has not even existed a few years ago. There are no such things as terms and conditions to use that work. This has to be formulated very clearly, and it should be without doubts that we need rules flanking that. That should certainly not be a surprise. I find the term machine learning very interesting. I think it's misleading because learning, the way we understand it, is a process of interpreting something that we've seen and of understanding the concept behind it. But this is a mathematic algorithm which does not understand the concept. It synthesizes, catalyzes, if you like, a process in complex interpolations, but at the end of the day, it's a mathematic result.
So the sampled contents, pixel by pixel, bit by bit, have been included in this income. And what's quite upsetting when hearing this argument is, what are we going to do as soon as there is an AI that really understands, that's really smart, and that is not only computing and calculating? These are very complex questions, but I have hope that these questions will help us to find solutions. Thank you very much.
Wir werden den Beifall nach Hollywood geben. Vielen
So,
Dank.
of course, we will pass on your applause to Hollywood, and I think he will join us in a minute online. But now I would like to ask Leslie Morton to take the floor. That is very well known here in Germany, and she has been very committed to the industry for a number of years, and she is the head of the Federal Association of Actors here in Germany. Thank you very much for having me. This is very important for association. I'm not only here as a chairwoman, but also as an actor, because I'm one of the persons that is really affected by AI, and not only in an academic or theoretical way. Let's say I'm on side and people tell me, what's your take on this? I usually notice that people are really scared because we don't know how to deal with it. No one really knows how people will deal with it in the future, and where this is going to lead, and what the outcome will be, and whether our person, our creativity, and our property is being protected. And this, of course, is very upsetting and cause for concern. The impact of AI on the film industry are not just imminent, they are already here to stay, and I do not want to speak about the negative things of AI and rule out AI. There are a lot of benefits. Also in the film industry, I'm sure you're all familiar with Lord of the Rings, and I think the first film was shown in 2001, and it actually was used this groundbreaking technology in order to produce these huge masses. And there's The Irishman by Martin Scorsese, or the Indiana Jones by Steven Spielberg. AI was used in order to make our colleagues 20, 30 years younger. This is quite an interesting thing to do. But using AI also means many drawbacks, especially in recent time. Today, some personal characteristics of actors are used by AI without asking us for permission. For example, Scarlett Johansson initiated legal proceedings because there is an ad where a deepfake of hers is being used, and she never has granted her permission. There is the Voice AI platform, where users can produce deep fakes for very known voices without asking the colleagues for their permission. This technology is being used in Germany, and there's the slogan, "We believe in AI for all." However, it is based in countries far away. Then there are other cases
der seine Rechte legal an Disney.
With one actor with a person that grants his rights, the rights to his voice to Disney, and he granted permission and he received compensation for that. We're talking about James Earl Jones here. However, this is the exception, and sometimes actors are replaced by synthetic output. But sometimes it's just assimilated and then being manipulated. there are audiobooks that are being produced using synthetic voices, like Völger has just called a patchwork of actors' voices. And when it comes to computer games, synthetic voices are used more and more. So the AI systems, they just use our services that we provided in the past, and we are neither asked for permission or consent, nor being compensated for that. Producers have already put that into their terms and conditions. There are a number of AI clauses that allow the producer to use these services for AI services on top of the project the contract is actually signed for. And we as individual actors and actresses cannot do anything about it. So we are relying on strong partners, trade unions, associations, but also the legislator. However, well, the Chancellor does not really seem to want to side with us, and there are no clear guidelines how trade unions would like to fight for our rights and adjust to the current situation. So we need legislation supporting us here. Monika Grütters was a huge supporter during COVID times, and she has always understood our concerns and worries, and she has always been a force of solidarity, supporting us, like Helga Trübel and Mr. Axel Voss. Even in 2019 in the European Parliament, they fought for the interests of actors and actresses in order to face the monopoly of Google's and other big tech companies. I would like to thank them for their efforts. And last but not least, the members of SAG seem to, of course, it was a good thing to stage this huge strike, and they made some revolutionary progress. But what has been negotiated in the United States does not really fully apply to our situation. We need guidelines that support all of us, actors and actresses, and also our moral and property and intellectual property rights. And that's why we need strong trade unions and strong legislation. So we are relying on your support. Thank you. Thank you, Leslie Moulton. Well, we heard about the concern and the power and responsibility, and of course we heard about the reasons to fight, and this has now all become very political, and we will continue with it right after the break. But first of all, we all need a cup of coffee. Sometimes a beer might also be helpful, but it's not that late, so we'll continue in 15 minutes, so please join us again at 3:20.
Willkommen zurück. Wir kommen zum letzten Teil.
Welcome back. This is going to be the last session of the 11th Conference on Authors' Rights. And now, of course, we'd also talk about the political landscape, and that's not really fair because all our political guests will have to leave in 30 minutes in order to go to the Bundestag. It's just right around the corner, but there's not much time. But now that's why we have to switch a bit our items on the agenda, and we have the discussions with our members of the Bundestag first, and that is our co-moderator for the following panel. I'm great to have you here supporting us
Und zwar in der Person
And
der Juristin.
that is the lawyer, Friederike Hornholz. She is the legal counselor of Unisonov, representing the interests of performing arts in music, especially in classic music, which means those who play the music of others. I mean, you followed the days then inside, or question that has kind of clearly moved to the top of the list of your priorities. First of all, I would like to thank you for your very warm words of welcome. I think it has become very clear today that there's not only one question that needs to be answered, but a plethora of questions, because we are facing major challenges here. That's why I think most questions need to be asked after the statements. I would like to welcome our first guest on the stage, and that is Macit Karaahmetoglu, a member of parliament, a member of the Socialist Party. He is from a Ludwigsburg constituency. I'm sure that there is a lot of film projects going on. He's a specialist lawyer for copyright and media law and a full member of the Legal Affairs Committee. So is there something that you would like to share? Otherwise, we might have a Q&A session. I think AI is the topic of the day, and there's a lot to say. I'm a science fiction fan. I love science fiction films, and you may know the Ex Machina film. And this is also about AI. And, well, I'm afraid to say that there are guests that are scared of AI. I think it's exciting. It's that there will be a general AI, but unfortunately it's still a long way to go, because the algorithms we have, they just do some probability calculations, but still it's quite impressive to see what they can do. ChatGPT, for example, is a fascinating tool. However, if you ask legal questions, it tries to avoid these questions, and sometimes the answers are plain wrong. But there is an interesting development, and we have learned today that in only a few months' time we have seen so much progress. And many people, well, ask a lot of questions that needs to be answered by the parliament. And one of the questions is, does AI or is AI allowed to crawl everything and scrap everything? And what is the article that this is based on? For example, Article 44b. And there might be a reservation that you can use, but the question is, how is this to be implemented? And then there's a question for compensation, one of the most essential questions. We need to find a solution here. Our Minister of Justice, Marco Buschmann, said this is very similar to just getting inspired. Each and every artist or each and every musician, well, I was a musician myself in the past, you know, Michael Jackson and the bad CD was very inspiring to me, and our minister said this is very similar to just getting inspired. For example, you can ask ChatGPT for a number of works or artists. However, I beg to differ, because this is what we do, but we do so in, well, to such an extent, and there are companies that are just trying to make money out of it. And whenever you interfere with the authorship of works, this also means stealing money from their pockets, and that's why we need to find a different solution. And then there are other questions that needs to be answered. For example, do we want these companies to share with us the information where they were gathering the information from that was used to train their AI? And this is what right holders would like to know. And so there are a lot of questions, and I hope I wasn't going on for too long. No, thank you. I think you touched upon a number of items that are an important part of today's discussion. We are, well, We're running behind our schedule, and now we have Dr. Christiane Schenderlein, member of the Bundestag. She's a member of the Christian Democrats. She's a political scientist. She has a PhD. She's a full member of the Committee on Culture and the spokesperson for culture and the media of the CDU-CSU parliamentary group in the German Bundestag. And I'm sure that you would like to share your opinion with us as well. Yes, and I think there are some parallel ideas. Again, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you. I'm delighted to be here and to talk about this important topic today. Thank you for the introduction. I'm just representing Ansgar Heveling, our distinguished colleague, who is a specialist of copyright law, and he is our rapporteur dealing with the impact of AI. And you've just mentioned it, so and I'm going to represent him today. Artificial intelligence plays an important role in copyright law because it enables generating AI and text, but artificial intelligence, of course, is not possible without receiving any input or learning. These systems, they learn from huge volumes of data, and that is pictures and text from the internet. And even though performing artists can use the opt-out or ask for their permission, the current generative AI generation was trained using your works that you published, and without input, AI will not be able to provide any output. Even the data and text mining exceptions cannot really cover this training, or it is not clear whether they're able to do so. Machine learning and people being inspired by existing works is considered to be identical, but this is also a question that needs to be answered. However, it is a difference whether people enjoy culture, and data mining is not the same thing, because people are filtering, they are adding things, and during this aesthetic experience is a very constructive process. On the other hand, the machine is doing just the opposite. Today, we would not like to have a philosophical discussion, but this panel is about the political possibilities implementing AI regulation that does not only offer new opportunities to big tech companies, but also supports the creative industry and performing artists. And that is why we need a legal framework for training data and compensation for using this data. We need to provide transparency, labeling for AI works, and we need to have transparency on where this data that is used to train AI actually comes from. So the EU regulation is a first step, and there was also a question to the government. We haven't received it yet, but we hope this will be the case the next days to come.
With regard to reasonable regulation, I think we need to speak about liability in great detail. We have to assign liability because that is a pragmatic possibility to raise awareness on developer side. Here, the liability directive of the EU will be a point of orientation. And it applies when national legislation in the single market does not make sense, and when we have to protect our market against foreign actors. Therefore, we need a strong copyright at European level. And now I'm looking forward to a lively discussion.
Vielen Dank. Starke Worte. Wir danken sehr.
Thank you very much for this very powerful remark. I would like to ask Anvet Tefalesus up here. Tefalesus, she's also a member of the Deutsche Bundestag of the Green Party, and she's also a member of the Committee on Legal Affairs and on Culture and Media. Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to just make a few very brief remarks and then have a discussion. I recall last Christmas, for the entire year, I've tried to find paintings for my office. I wasn't very happy because the painters, most of the painters or the paintings were male. I wanted to find something that also represents me. And then during the Christmas break, I tried AI and I said, what would Rembrandt look like with an African woman? And I found it beautiful. That was very diverse. And then after the Christmas break, I came back to the Bundestag and I told my colleagues about it. What is Midjourney, they asked. What is ChatGPT? And then 3 months later, everyone talked about it and we all knew what it meant. And I also remember that in the springtime, I attended the radio awards where we asked ourselves, how long will we have this award? Will audio description be made with generative AI? What does that mean for creatives of art and culture? And we had our party congress in Karlsruhe for 4 days last week. And in social media, you see all of these images of a green event and pizza cardboards, pizza packagings, and the social media is outraged about the fact that we were eating takeaway pizza. And these were falsified images. We did not eat pizza that day, let alone in cardboard packaging. But the message has still come across. We can be outraged and insulted by that, but it doesn't help. So for a very short time, these things pop up here and there, and then you ask yourselves, who is responsible? Who is to be held liable? What about transparency? What about fake news? What about input and output? What happens if I read an article in the papers and I don't know who has generated this article? So to me, in the Green Party, and I'm also speaking on behalf of the Green Party, we need to take a holistic approach from legal policy, from cultural policy, from educational and media policy. So we're trying to really bring about a holistic position. And of course, since I am in the Cultural Committee, I'm very intensely asking myself, what does that mean if your work of art is being used to generate a different work of art? Are you asked previously about that? Currently, with the existing model, that's quite difficult. So how can we change that? And with a view to the future, can creatives from art and culture also create art? Are they authors? Are they right holders? And who is liable? Is it the operators, the platform providers? Is it the artists themselves? We're trying to find answers to these questions. We want to strengthen the position of the creatives from art and culture, and we also want to be involved at EU level and participate actively in the developments. That's it from me. I do look forward to having a discussion with you right now. You may have seen that I've been observing the door rather nervously because we're still missing Mr. Lieb. He's not here yet, but we can just get started anyways. I don't want to be so bold and open the discussion. Friederike will do that. But let me just mention one thing about audiobooks. I have worked in the jury of the German Audiobook Award for many years. And we awarded 350 different audiobooks. But the question is not what happens with the creatives from art and culture with AI, but rather what happens with the recipients, because what's lacking is the interpretation, and no one thought about the audio products that are generated by AI. And Friederike, you have the floor to ask the first question. Friederike Hohenholz. Mr. Karaahmetoglu, you spoke about the threat to professional existences of the creators of art, from art and culture by AI, and you were against self-regulation. And in October, you said that AI could guarantee a certain degree of a binding nature. Now, what about this non-paper of the federal government with its self-regulation instead of introducing binding legal norms for foundation models? What is your opinion on that? Well, I don't believe that you can get anywhere with self-regulations. I think you do need regulations. However, policymakers are always lagging behind current developments, and that is true for not only AI, but other aspects. We know this from social media, for instance. I do remember that 10 years ago on Facebook, and I had clients in my law firm who were victims of revenge in that very intimate pictures of them had been published on Facebook, and there were only rudimentary and very restricted possibilities to fight this. And it was hard to find out who had uploaded these images. So politics is lagging behind, but they are taking efforts, and I think that in the context of the AI Act in the European Union, we will find ways to regulate that. We've already seen a few proposals, for instance, about the definition of AI. You have to name AI, or you have to label AI products. And then it's also about the obligation to present the companies behind AI and also make it very transparent as to what works and what input has been used. And then also, of course, compensation and liability are aspects that we have to bear in mind. However, I'm not expecting decisions to be taken very quickly here. Now, did I understand you correctly that a code of conduct or self-regulation would not be sufficient? Now then, that would lead me to the next question. What could provide legal certainty? How can we achieve legal certainty? Well, you need acts and laws which describe very clearly which compensation model is to be applied. Let's say you have big tech companies that have a turnover of billions, and then the model for monetizing that is applied comes from the artists themselves. Then we need to make sure, perhaps with collecting society, that compensation is adequate. Now, paragraph 60D states that research institutions do not even have the possibility to opt out. They can't even say, I don't want my products to be used, my works to be used. So their works can be used. But we know with OpenAI that they've started off as a research institution, and now they are a company worth billions. So the question is, what are the conditions and obligations that apply for these companies to be using their AI in crawling and scraping the data? These are the questions that we have to answer. This needs to be regulated in order to really structure and tidy up the scene, if you like. May I just ask the other two panelists, we know what happens if there is a self-regulation without sanctions, for instance, with permanent contributions. It simply doesn't work. We've heard that the non-paper may not be the tool of choice. What could be an alternative? What would be a different type of regulation? Well, let's put it in more concrete terms. We do have the self-regulation. Is it worth the paper it's written on? Well, the colleague has just mentioned it. I think self-regulation will not be completely sufficient. It is, however, a first step, because this is a step which is rather easy to take, and we've also introduced this in other cultural areas. Yeah, but easy because you avoid a decision. No, I think because we can agree on a common sense. What is, however, more difficult, and I think this is something which looks at the long-term impacts, and that's the question of monetizing intellectual property. I think intellectual property has to be monetized. It has to have the capacity to be monetized. We have to be working on that. And then we also spoke about labelings and opt-out and watermarks. I don't know whether these are the real solution. Many scientists or experts in the scene mean that there should be a reversal of the burden of proof, which means that the providers have to prove the works that they have been working with, similar to a scientific paper where you have to give references of the scientific works that you've been using in writing your paper. And the question is what type of regulation do we need to do that? Yeah, I fully agree with Dr. Schenderlein. A self-regulation in an area where you can earn a lot of money and are not interested in providing a profit sharing is something where I don't see that self-regulation can work, especially if you don't have any sanctions or disadvantages that the company may fear. This simply doesn't work in real life. So we do need clear rules. I think the reversal of the burden of proof could be an approach here. We must know which data sets have been used, and we need a good and clear regulation of the consequences. What compensation model is to be applied and which sanctions may exist. Yes, of course, you deserve a round of applause, especially because we are quite irritated by the fact that almost exactly 10 years ago, there was an attempt to self-regulate the advertisement market, and this has been prohibited by cartel authorities, which is quite interesting. Yes, I do have a question regarding the previous panel, where you asked yourselves whether the TDM exception 44B of the copyright law can be applied here. And then in a second step, the consideration was that if we don't have a compensation model, but we do apply 44B, shouldn't we introduce the a remuneration obligation? And then the answer was, well, we have to regulate this at EU level, and that will take years, but there is no time to lose. How can we really be faster to make sure that through monetizing compensation can be guaranteed? Well, this is exactly the challenge that we are confronted with. It's a very, very fast development, which is accelerating so much that we don't keep track of that we can't even keep up with understanding what this is about and interpreting what this is about. And then in the meantime, so much material has been crawled and scraped that we are losing more and more time. And that's the contradiction we have to confront. We've had 1 year now to observe all of this, and I think it's high time to find a good regulation. Article 44b, the way it is applied today, is not the solution, especially with the opt-out model and a lack of compensation. I think the opt-out model is good if we could really implement this from a technical point of view. We have to know how to apply this. You know, how can we give consent in a machine-readable way? If that's not technically applicable, we would have to find a different solution. Thank you. I need to get this microphone quickly because there is a question on the floor. Yes, I would like to understand. Now, when we look at the AI Act proposal and the non-paper of Italy, France, and Germany, who want to distinguish between self-regulation of the foundation models and binding regulation of the applications. Now, what do you think, representing your different political parties? Do you think that makes sense?
Da nichts zu sagen.
Ja, ich meine, ich glaube, wenn sich die Branche Gedanken darüber
macht,
wie sie die Dinge regeln kann.
Since industry is starting to think about regulating this, I think this is a good start. However, we all represent policy makers, and we are politicians, and we have someone from the opposition here, and I think we all agree that there is a need for strict regulation, and this insight alone is a pretty positive step. However, it's not enough. And Mr. Conrad, yes, just one brief remark. Sam Altman and all of these companies are asking to be regulated. They are linking this to a very clear field of business, and that's the field of business they are gearing your focus on, and not the other fields of business. And the other fields of business are not to be regulated, but this is what you should be focusing on. It's simply a maneuver to divert your attention.
Sie merken, wir sind plötzlich mitten in den Publikumsfragen.
And you realize that we have just started our Q&A session. We could have announced this officially, but I think it's working fine. So if any of you had any questions, this is the time to ask your questions. Well, the audience had to remain silent for the day, so it's now only fair to accept questions. There is a question. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this great conference. My question is, the whole day was focusing on illegal reproduction when scraping the internet. I'm a bit worried, especially when hearing our colleague from Los Angeles. Scraping and imitating is quite a primitive way of learning. What happens if these models, and given the technological process, switch from imitating and scraping to understanding and producing? I'm a composer, and whenever I compose a work using certain notes that might be similar to Bach, it's not about imitating Bach, but just using counterpoints. This is also part of the legal debate that has just been started. We really need to think very carefully about the fact that copyright law, international copyright law, is not about protecting style, method, and approach, but it's only how the idea is implemented.
anders mit umgehen können.
So we need to think about how to deal with this as long this is not really enshrined in the law.
Stil, Methode und
Usually it's about style, method and approach. And here we need to consider case law. And Rainer Kohl has mentioned maybe we need new law in order to deal with the output. These are just, well, some very vague ideas. It's very hard to put them into words, but what we're discussing now is very short-term legislation. We're not talking about this big act that we need to see in 2 or 3 years' time in order to provide proper regulation. Yes, this is what I've mentioned in the beginning. We actually don't know where we're heading. Of course, we need protection on the one hand, but we should also tap on the potential that we have, because it's hard to regulate things that do not really exist. AI can be used to create art. I'm sure that performing artists and creators are using AI already. Well, we need to find out about what does getting inspired means. Is there a breach of copyright law or not? There are a lot of things to consider, and the phase before 2019 actually did not have any legal basis. That's why there was a lot of crawling and scraping. But unfortunately, we're running out of time. Well, if you have 1 more minute, we have one question from Christoph Linhardt, and then, of course, we would like to thank you, and you can go to and vote at Parliament. We talked about, well, cultural property law. What about commercial copyright law? Because we have, what about the industries doing basic research? Because this is something that we haven't really heard about. You're talking about patent law. Yes, but this is an important topic. Please. Basically, it is included. It's the same concerns and the same ideas, but we haven't mentioned it here. But what about the infringement of moral rights? There are deepfakes, and there are a lot of opportunities, a lot of possibilities, and that's why we need regulation. Because I'm a lawyer representing victims of deepfake activities in social networks. Now you can make people say things that they wouldn't say. There is a nudity that is based on deepfakes. So we definitely need regulation that prevents people from using deepfakes for these purposes. This is also something we should take into account. There is one more question I've been told, but we need to before, because we told you that you may leave now if you wish to. There's one final statement by Mr. Lieb. Wow, that's great. Now we're complete, and all those who have to leave, we would like to thank you. Thanks for Mr. Lieb for coming here. He represents the Liberal Party. He's also a lawyer, and he's one of our contact persons, always providing very helpful advice to us. So thank you very much for being here. The floor is yours. Well, apologies for being late, but you may have, well, noticed that there are some challenges with our budget. Well, this has a huge impact on my agenda. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm delighted to be here. It's quite a challenging topic, and there are 2 items I would like to comment on. First of all, it's a very fundamental question, which of course is very interesting to lawyers dealing with copyright law, and that is the question whether it is a new type of use or not. And I know that the Initiative Urheberrechts commissioned an expert opinion, and I can tell you that the outcome of this expert opinion is very similar to the conclusions that I have drawn. It is a new type of use. It's very similar to switching from VHS to a CD. In this case, it was not a new type of use because it's still the same film, but AI is different. It's not an individual intellectual creation, but it's a new type of use. Well, what are the consequences? So if it is used in a copyright relevant way, then it should be subject to consent and compensation. The question is, what about practical implementation? How do I get the information I need? I know that at a European level, many people think we should rather stay away from making any changes, but I doubt that this is the right way to go, because according to German law, you have a right to information, but still they date from many years ago. You have also made very interesting proposals that we need to look into. The question is, are these rights to information sufficient? And we need to consider whether in these times of technology, the question is whether we might to extend this right to information at a European level and at a German level. Because it is really important to find out how we get our information from. Usually, well, some political decision makers are shying away from this because there have been ongoing discussions about copyright law in the past, also discussions that escalated quite quickly.
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. Friederike.
Ich
Thank
würde
you.
gerne die Diskussion abschließen und
I would like to make a final statement here. I think that this was very valuable insights. First of all, there is a right to information, and which
entsprechend geprüft werden. In der
should
eine Anpassung braucht.
be
relativ einheitlich
well
klar,
scrutinized, and
Vergütung geben muss.
I think we all agree that there should be compensation for, given that AI is using these works and that self-regulation is not sufficient and that we need binding mandatory regulations. Thank you very much for providing that summary. Well, this was just a brief visit, but still we are very grateful for you being here. And of course, I guess you will all be discussing budget issues right now, which seems rather unpleasant for many different reasons, but at least Parliament is just around the corner. Thank you very much for being here. So, I would also like to thank Friederike Hornschuh. You will join us in a minute. I'm sure, Katharina, you will continue afterwards. And now we have Paul Nemitz, Chief Advisor to the EU Commission, the EU Commission's Director General for Legal Affairs and Consumer Protection, and visiting professor at the College of Europe in Bruges. During his career in Brussels, Paul Nemitz was previously responsible for fundamental rights, data protection, combating hate speech, negotiating the Privacy Shield with the US, represented the Commission many times before the ECJ, and read many texts and books about this. One of these, which he wrote together with Matthias Pfeffer. This should not go unmentioned today. And this is about power, freedom and democracy in the age of artificial intelligence. And it was not published 14 days ago, but in 2020. And Paul Niemetz will talk with us about AI and democracy.
Ja, vielen Dank für die Einladung.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm not an expert for copyright law, but I'm happy to be here. There was a lawyer from Copenhagen. I'm a German-speaking lawyer, but I just been back from Brussels, and what you are focusing here is the European democracy. This is the place where the rules of the single market are being developed, and so I think your political request should be sent to the German government, but also to the European Parliament. And so I would like to encourage you to organize yourself in a transnational way. We need all different authors, musical authors,
Ihr müsst euch darüber klar sein, dass ihr
text
letztendlich gegen
authors, because this is
Plattformen, die sehr stark
forming a counter power, which is really strongly represented in Brussels, because right in front of my office in Brussels, there is the Microsoft office with about 30 people. My book shows very clearly that two-digit million sums are spent for lobbying in Brussels. But the story of European democracy that I can share with you, and I realized this when also being in charge of the GDPR, is that European democracy responds to pressure. And that's why I would like to encourage you to be active, because your association is one of the biggest, and it's really financially strong, especially compared to other member states that are smaller. And usually people tend to complain about Germans' tendency to build a number of clubs and associations, but there are also a lot of interesting parties when it comes to climate change. I'm not a member of the Green Party, but innovation
politischen System. Und ich glaube, ihr
is
treibt
not only part of the tech world, but also of the political system. And I think you are promoting innovation in politics. And this is what we need in a democracy. So what happens if you consider technological innovations as the only innovations in place and politics is not able to keep up? This is what we've seen in the United States. Of course, there's a lot of private capital spent on politics, but
und selbst die Gesetze zu schaffen,
if the state is not able to create the legislation that is necessary in order to deal with the new platform economy and deal with AI. And I believe what you have been doing here is the other side of the coin of innovation, because it's not like this is true innovation and Europe is only the regulator, but it is important to political integration, the integration of peace movement into our party system, but also what we have discussed today. This is also part of our innovative society, and we should only be proud of the fact that the European Union is able to come up with laws on topics where other jurisdictions have just turned a blind eye to. I think your idea that this is all about democracy is an important one, because the other idea that we might have an ethics commission or that self-regulation might be the way to go can be dangerous. It is dangerous as soon as essential fundamentals are at stake, and that is fundamental rights and the functioning democratic system. Your discussion today is about the distribution of economic risks and opportunities and fair distribution of income. This is where right holders need to participate, but that is not the only thing that is at stake. The authors of all the industries that have been mentioned here are the canary birds in democracy. And as soon as you start to make a lot of noise, it is very similar to the canary bird in the coal mine. And as soon as this bird is no longer chirping, then it's a sign that the system is going to die. We have to take this seriously, because it's people that are forming democracy and not AI and the machine.
Also, um es jetzt mal ganz praktisch zu machen, ich glaube,
okay, now to be practical,
wir haben eine lange Tradition in
I think you should be organizing at European level. We have a long tradition of supporting the counterpower by federations and umbrella organizations. In development cooperation, for instance, we organized an umbrella organization of national development cooperation associations. We've done the same thing in environmental organizations and Finance Watch, for instance. Sven Giegold is a name to be remembered here. So I think you should demand from the European Commission and the European Parliament that there should be such a thing as a European umbrella organization of authors with financial funding from the European Union, and then you have to look for member associations at European level. I know it's hard to find them or to convince them to participate, but it's worth your while. It was Max Schrems in data protection from Vienna who has an NGO, NOP, none of your business, and together with other allies, he really carried out very important lobbying work, and thanks to this work, the legislative act on data protection was made possible. Without their lobbying work, data protection would have collapsed in times of platforms and so on. And you have very strong economic arguments and financial arguments, so that's a claim you should be presenting. And then with your concrete questions, please address the European Commission and the European Parliament in such a way that from the very beginning of this new Commission, we will have these questions in their mind. I know it's about the income of artists. It's very legitimate to struggle and fight for that, but I think you spoke a lot about democracy, about diversity and a creative society, and you are needed if you want to have a live democracy. We are living a crisis of democracy currently, and I think you could embed your demands in a much bigger picture, especially against the backdrop of additional accessions. How can we make sure that member states are truly democratic, have a capacity for a live democracy? And how can we make sure that democracy will be the system that is applied in Europe also in the future? And I think you have a lot to say here. Thank you for your invitation.
Gibt es denn Fragen?
Are there any questions to Mr. Nemitz, Chief Advisor to the European Commission? Yes, there is, and there's also a microphone. The speaker should use. Butts and Brockja speaks about authority through authorship, and the canary in the coal mine can do something that AI cannot do. They have to say something. They want to know something.
Ich weiß. Ist jetzt an, ja?
Can you all hear me? Yes, the microphone is on. Now, today we asked ourselves several times, don't we need a counter structure, a counter force at EU level? And it's very difficult to build up that force. I'm seeing that necessity. When I look at journalism alone, and I think that AI will be an integral part of editing and publishing, and all that I'm entering into any system will end up in the United States. And if I think about the fact that we want to be competitive in the future, we need a system that's safe. We need to make sure that our data doesn't end up on any servers in the States. Do we need a European infrastructure, a clean, a green AI, a humane AI? Are there ideas to bring about this type of European, truly European AI machine? Well, I don't believe in the phrase, this is unrealistic or not feasible from a political point of view. When we speak about regulating technology, you really have to be ambitious. I think the European Commission is ambitious. On AI, our first approach was that we need to speak to the distinguished group of members of the Ethics Council. All of this has to be regulated from a moral and ethical point of view. But now we've taken the step to regulation that can be enforced and is democratically legitimized. So it is worth your while fighting for that. And I don't think laws are a problem to competition and innovation and cost. I think the act is the most noble act of statement of democracy, and we should really honor this act and worship this act. So any law is an act of democracy, and it's true that some things don't work in our general data protection regulation. Some things don't work. The copyright directives don't work in all of their details. But if this is your principle, in that you say we either want to have the perfect act or none at all, then you're from Silicon Valley, because this is the battle cry of software developers. Each act is a compromise. I don't know of any act that is really implemented to perfection in every detail. And on the infrastructure, yes, I think we need our own infrastructure. We have the Council for the European Public Space, funded by the European Cultural Foundation, the funder of which is here in the audience as well. And it's about organizing political majorities for own infrastructures in the public space. And of course, these infrastructures do exist. We are celebrating 30 years of the internal market information system, IMI. Of course, no one knows that, but it's a public infrastructure for the exchange of information between public authorities and administrations. It's a rather internal system, I have to say. And you do have to think about further developing things such as Gaia X. And we spent several hundred millions for a European search engine. Unfortunately, they were confined to oblivion. Nothing worked there anymore. But it's about dreaming the dream of sovereignty, not only technological sovereignty, but also democratic sovereignty. We don't constantly have to renew that dream. We should be working on that dream. Now, on the eve of the European elections, there is no ban on thinking. If you have great ideas, please let us know. And communicate them. Well, thank you very much for that. I know that I jumped the queue. Oh, it was my turn. You jumped my queue. Never mind. You please. Well, once I have the micro in my hand, I'm not going to give it away again. Okay. Once again, I'm the honorary president of the European Writers' Council. Please allow me, as an observer, to also give you a good piece of advice after you've given us a piece of advice. Perhaps a little update on so-called European federations. We don't necessarily need a European Initiative or Urheberrecht. We have the authors group. We have a coalition against AI of 13 federations. I'm not speaking about my federation, which represents 49 organizations from 31 countries, but also individual organizations. So we're millions and millions, but these supranational organizations have not received a lot of attention, but we still speak with with 4 voices. I would prefer to have one phone number for all the authors. That's not going to happen. But my request to you and to the European Commission, we speak with multiple voices, and you have to face this complexity. If these many federations and associations don't just send one representative, but many. And we are many, as a matter of fact. Oh yeah, it's great. That's great that you exist. I'm not a copyright expert, so I haven't been your contact in the past, but I'm happy to update my knowledge. However, when it's about cloud, it's much better to agree on a few strong demands of a few associations, or being presented by a few associations. After 30 years of working in politics, I can tell you that there are a few professional groups which are very individual. Journalists, artists, they belong to them. And when I say you should be organizing, what I mean is that you should agree on some core demands which are not presented in cacophony, because you are confronted to a handful of people you are addressing. That would be Bitkom, Digital Europe, the United States, and they all have the same opinion and make the same statements. And then you'll ask yourself, who is more efficient? They all voice the same statements. And then on the other hand, you have cultural diversity, which is not often very useful. I see several requests for the floor, but let me warn you, we should be approaching the limit, or the end, if you like, of that conference. But before I allow you in the audience to take the floor, let me pick up Nina's recommendation and also statement. A lot has happened in Europe and also in the way the umbrella organizations cooperate at European level. And of course, we do kindly accept your piece of advice to perhaps work even stronger at European level. And I wanted to also mention that we have written to Minister Wissing, Minister Habeck, and Chancellor Scholz, and also the State Minister of Culture, Claudia Roth, on behalf of many, many associations, not only the 44 united in the Initiative Urheberrecht, but also representatives of the film industry, the press, press publishers, journal publishers, the music industry, German Publishers and Booksellers Association, where we ask for transparency in Europe on the AI Act. We have worded this very friendly and politely, but nonetheless very clearly. And also the 4 collecting societies have signed. So we are representing, as a matter of fact, the entire cultural, creative and media industry with all the requirements that we have discussed throughout the day, and which also receives support from the federal government. David, from the FSE, you have the floor. And then Oliver Schanzer.
Excuse me, in English, and I will try to be as brief as I can. Consent, remuneration, and transparency are the three principles that 5 or 6 organizations at European Union have gathered together to push. Exactly as you advise, we have simplified a complex situation to 3 principles and pushed them at all levels of the trilogue. We signed off on a letter yesterday, which went to, I think, 400 individuals across the Commission, the Parliament, and the Council. We have had, I cannot remember how many meetings in the Commission, who as always are kind enough to meet with us. We have had as many meetings as we possibly can with parliamentarians. We have pushed very hard at the Council and had very hard pushback from the Council, whereas you know France and Germany has arrived at a position which is not friendly to the authors, and it's been very hard to push at them. Given that we have no resources, our organizations are built on contributions from individual authors, and individual authors are very poor and therefore cannot fund expensive organizations like Microsoft. Given that we haven't had no resources, we've done a very, very good job of pushing the author's position at European level.
Ja. Wir müssen jetzt
Ja, ich dachte, es wäre noch eine Hand da gewesen.
I thought there was one more request for the floor. Thank you very much for this statement. Paul Nemitz is returning, and the other request for the floor has been withdrawn. Thank you for this very brief and concise statement.
Professor Dr. Thomas Höppner.
Now we would like to welcome Professor Dr. Höppner.
Nein, erst Schreibende und dann Federschreibende.
So he is one of the authors of one of our most important statements that we publish, and he is wearing our T-shirt today. Thank you very much for having me. Well, it is quite a difficult task. I prepared a text on the introduction of the AI Act, but what I'm supposed to do now is to make a final statement. I think it's due to, well, if all political decision makers were so, well, visionary and careful like the members of parliament that we have heard today, we would have made much more progress. Unfortunately, this is not what usually happens. When looking at the AI Act, I think it's quite surprising to see what's going on, because it's quite special. In 2021, the Commission provided a proposal on potential risk that, well, no one really had seen coming, and then nothing much was happening afterwards. However, then there was the big awakening in 2023 with ChatGPT and other large language models coming into existence. I think this year was the year of foundation models. So this was not about automated Excel sheets, which actually should be part of the AI Act in the beginning, but what has been discussed now is foundation models. But it's not really about potential risk. We have seen some real damage that already has occurred. We can see some fake news, misinformation, and the biggest infringement of copyright that we have ever seen in European history. I think generative AI is one of the most upsetting developments for the European Union, because this is really threatening our livelihoods, because many artists and authors are threatened by this development, and that's why it was only a logical conclusion that the European Union noticed this threat, and that's why there is a raison d'être for the AI Act with a very specific regulation of this foundation model, because this really made sense to everyone. We realized that this is something that will turn our society upside down. We need regulation because technology is much faster than legislation, and then suddenly Europe was a legal champion here because we were the first to come up with a strong law that's really credible, and everyone was envying us and realized that we quickly responded to these developments. And the parliament realized, well, of course, we do not want to do away with all the potential. We want startups to be able to join as well, and that's why we had this several step models. So some foundation models had to meet with a number of criteria, but then there were very strong models that we know from big tech companies, and they had to comply with additional requirements. And this is a very easy way of putting the principle of proportionality into practice, because this means we are not treat everyone the same way, but if there are bigger threats, then they need to comply with more requirements. But then suddenly there were two companies from France and Germany, Mistral with 20 employees and Aleph Alpha with a headcount of 50 according to the website data. But one of these 20 is the former director of digital affairs of the French government. So for lobbying, actually, a lot of resources seem to have been available. And these two companies declared that they are able to compete the Silicon Valley champions and even squeeze them out of the market. It's almost too good to be true, but it sounds all very nice. And even though these 70 employees have not really provided proof that they're actually able to do this, they managed to secure financing rounds of respectively 100 million euros and 500 million euros. Actually, it's only 100 or 1/20th of the last financial injections of Microsoft for OpenAI. But it was sufficient to convince German political decision makers that this dream might come true, and they want to be part of it. We'll take some nice pictures and then we will be celebrated in the end. And that is why we're having this non-paper handed in by Germany, France and Italy. And, well, what can I say? I do understand that we do not want to put up obstacles for these startups and that we want to make life easy for them. And I think this would be convincing when talking about red tape, administrative, bureaucratic tasks. But when talking about copyright law, this is a different thing, because what we've seen for 2 decades is a debate about the value gap, which means a gap between those creating value with their creative works and those, well, exploiting these works with their platform models. And these are exactly the same companies. We are familiar with this debate, and now there is a whole industry. They're turning this value gap into a value gulf, getting bigger and bigger, which in the end is threatening our livelihoods.
Ist dann irgendwie die Rücksicht auf Startups dann auch begrenzt?
So, and I think this is a point where we should no longer take care of these startups, because authors, they also need to be protected and they deserve protection. And now about, well, global domination. Everyone seeks global domination in AI, and there are 2 messages that we have heard from the United States. There was a quote from Andree Horowitz. He is also a venture capitalist, providing a lot of funds for AI and startups, and he said all investments in generative AI based on the legitimate expectation that according to current US law, that there is free use of the data that is used for training AI, and now we are threatening the leadership of the United States if they had to pay for the use of these works. So there is a real risk that putting this copyright law into practice regarding AI training might prevent the United States from continuing to be the leader in the field. So they think more copyright protection might endanger you as leadership. And so the question is, but what does it mean for the European Union having better copyright laws? And secondly, disappointment.
Ernsthaft irgendwann mal die berechtigte Vermutung gehabt haben, dass das, was die da machen,
was it really possible to have the legitimate hope that this was all right under copyright law, that you could scroll and scrape all the data without really infringing copyright law? Was this a legitimate hope? I think no. And what I think was similarly interesting was an interview by Vice President of Stability AI, one of the providers of foundation models, after he left Stability AI after 13 years because he could no longer put up how they dealt with copyright laws. And he said, I quote, big tech companies train generative AI models with works of authors that are now used to create new works competing with these old works. And I cannot understand how this is accepted in a society that created creative industry in a world that authors depend on rights of authors. I'm in favor of generative AI. It will have a lot of advantages. That's why I've been working on it for 13 years, but I can only support generative AI that's not based on the exploitation of authors by training these models that can replace them with works for which they do not have any permission. This is what he said, working in that industry, but the legislators do not really seem to be aware of it. And I think it's easy to understand, because as soon as the source of creativity is gone, training is useless. Garbage in, garbage out. So let's look at some of the arguments, but the list is quite long. But I think we have a few minutes left. What I think is really important, these big companies are not really aware that they should be held accountable. OpenAI, Microsoft and Google said, well, we will pay and can be held responsible for all copyright infringements. But this means that it's not the users that implementing our foundation models that should be taken to court, but we should be taken to court, the operators of these foundation models. And I think we can hold them accountable. And this is where regulation should come in. It is also a very misleading concept that we find in this non-paper. It's not about regulating the technology, but regulating the use. But we cannot differentiate when it comes to generative AI, because the technology, the foundation models, they constitute the problem, because everything that's going wrong here will have an impact on all other applications. If this is biased, if this is an infringement of copyright law, if there are mistakes and errors leading to poor quality outcome, there will be no point in trying to adjust it afterwards or do some fine-tuning afterwards. It's not about taking all these thousands of applications to court, but actually the most efficient solution would be to target the foundation model, because it's at the root of the evil.
Überhaupt habe ich nie verstanden, wie es sein kann.
And I do not understand that it's actually possible that people believe in these different steps of regulation and that ask big tech companies to comply with stricter requirements than others. How is this supposed to promote big tech companies? No one was able to explain that to me, but this is what is actually making the headlines. I'm quite surprised to hear these thoughts and ideas about inspiration. Why do we allow for inspiration? Because there is a human being at the beginning as a creator, and this is what machines can't do, and that's why it's not the same thing. And then there's one more thing on self-regulation.
Ich muss mir das Wort verkneifen. Aber ich glaube, wir haben ja alle genug.
Well, I think we all are familiar with self-regulation.
OpenAI kann sich noch nicht mal selbst regulieren.
OpenAI is not able to do self-regulation. How can you self-regulate a whole industry? This is really the arguments used by big tech companies themselves. They say, well, you don't understand what's going on. We know what's going on. But what about self-regulation? It actually is responsible for the situation we are in right now. They have become so powerful. And still, we think self-regulation is the best idea, but it's doomed to failure. I think it's common sense. The current common sense is that, well, we don't care about authors and creators. We want to make money. That's the idea that's prevailing here. How can you expect them from really applying self-regulation? So I think this was it.
Sie sind der Zweite heute, bei dem wir bis zum letzten Klatscher gewartet haben.
Well, you're the second person getting so much applause
Das ausgehen kann, wenn die Pläne nicht funktionieren, oder?
Well, it's really interesting to see what happens if a plan doesn't work out. Usually when there are budget problems, it's usually the reason for a lot of issues, but it helped us to have this amazing final statement, wearing this amazing T-shirt. And please stay here for a few more minutes, because AI forces us to understand technology, and that is really right. But at the same time, it also forces us to understand ourselves. And I think that's a good thing, to understand what it means to be a human being. And this is what Nina George has touched upon. I'm under the impression I think we all feel really pumped. Sometimes there were moments where it all felt very tiresome and challenging, and it felt like there was a lot of hysterical laughter at the end of this conference. But I think it was very inspiring. We encouraged each other, and maybe we can follow Martin Andree's claim. We will stop them. And maybe this team spirit that we developed today will help us to do this. I would like to thank you, Mr. Höppner, for supporting us here. I would like to thank the very disciplined, friendly and patient audience for joining us here. And now I would like to give the floor to Katharina. I think this was really a very interesting day. Unfortunately, we're behind schedule, and there was not enough time for questions, answers, and debate, but I think these were very fruitful presentations, and I hope to continue these discussions some other time. It was an amazing audience. I would also like to thank the people joining us online, and I can tell you that this is an amazing atmosphere. Thank you. I would like to thank the audience. I would like to thank the speakers. amazing contributions.
I
I would also like to thank all our member associations. If it hadn't been for them, for these 44 organizations, we wouldn't be here today. We would also like to thank our partner organizations that also provided funds, that you can find here right behind me.
Initiative Musik in nicht alphabetischer Reihenfolge und auch nicht der Reihenfolge der.
I would like to thank all of them for helping to finance our conference.
Aber wir danken auch insbesondere der Akademie.
And I would in particular thank the Academy of the Arts and the employees and Greg's team, all those responsible for audio and camera recordings. Would like to thank our employees, all those who fell ill and had to stay at home. And I would like to thank in particular Mr. Hornschuh and Katharina. Thank you. Thank you.